Again, we are anxiously waiting, our international instructor, for this third installment on IQRA, the two readings. And if you have not done so, listen 2 or 3 times to parts 1 and 2 if you really want to get the benefit, and make sure that you're following instructors' advice and instruction for us to do our own research, look for keywords and do your own research so that you understand it for yourself and so you can own the information. And again, we're anxiously waiting for you to present as well from what Allah has blessed you with. And only you can present your perception of the Lunetics method. It's unique for you. And again, we all need what each one of us has been blessed with. So position yourself if you haven't done so. Write it down, record it. I know Imam Adib Abdullah, I know he's certainly stepping and making materials available. Now is the time. It's no time to procrastinate and wait. We need your input. If you need some assistance and knowing exactly how to put that together, feel free to contact either myself or the instructor. But we are presently positioning ourselves for the global community, and global community is lining up and anxious to receive what we have to offer in a way that only we can offer it. We've been, unfortunately, in a position, as Muslims for 1,000 years, not be able to clearly follow a path of learning Quran because of the misinterpretation and the misdirection by some misdirected or well-meaning even scholars. But nevertheless, it's time for each one of us. Each one of us have an obligation. Allah says our soul obligates us. Each one of us has an obligation to share whatever it is Allah bless you with. And you start with yourself, with your spouse if you have one, with the family, with your neighbors, but prepare yourself to share what we've been gifted with this information that helps not only Muslims understand the Quran, but helps Christians understand the revelation that they've been blessed with, the Jews, all. So Lunetics is a gift to humanity. We've been the ones at the front of the line to receive the gift. So we have an obligation to share. We're just encouraging each one of you, each one of us, to own the responsibility to share what Allah has blessed you with. So just don't come and sit and learn. That's good. That's needed. That's necessary. But the way you really learn is by using what you've been given and sharing it. So again, we're waiting for our international instructor to come forward.
I'm here.
Just some reminders, until this moment. Just some reminders we all need.
All right. So you ready to pass the talking stick, my friend?
Let's talking stick immediately.
All right.
Indeed.
There's someone at a number that begins with 504. I don't know if they were trying to introduce themselves or not. But what I'm going to do, will you remind me at the end of what I have to say, we're going to do a more official introduction when everybody who wanted to be a part of this class will be in, and I'll redo the introductions at the end of the class. So I'm going to ask the learners and the instructors out there who have a camera on their phones or a camera on their computer to have the camera open. We need to see what each other look like. We want to see those bright smiling faces. You can close them while I'm teaching so that there are no distracting faces in the picture itself. But when we introduce ourselves at the end, then feel free That'll be the part that actually goes up on YouTube if you have to prove to somebody where you were tonight. All right. So thank you all. Alhamdulillah, Bismillah, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. We begin, as always, with the signature of Allah, the source creator, who is the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. We derive all of our worldly benefits from the source creator, who is responsible for our very creation. And we also thank Allah, that same source creator, for the ability to forgive us and redeem us. And that's just the nature of human beings. We're not perfect beings. We're going to do some wrong. Some of that wrong is going to be consciously done. Some of that wrong, hopefully, will mostly be unconsciously committed. But whichever, shelf it falls on, as far as our individual culpability, we ask Allah to erase all of it. We're living in a very trying day and time, a very serious day and time, where mistakes are being made in our logic without us even knowing that our logic is faulty, because most of that information is coming from media. Most of that information is coming from your upbringing and the things that you have been taught. I suppose that there are some children right now, somewhere in the Western world, especially, who actually believe there is a Santa Claus. Why? That's their upbringing. That's what they were taught. We can't blame those children for believing in a Santa Claus and that Santa Claus brought them the gifts under the Christmas tree and all yada, yada, yada. We can't look at those children cross-eyed because they believe that. That's their upbringing. But we can look at those parents kind of funny if they still say that they believe in Santa Claus, that kind of thing. All right. The world is coming into more and more truth, as promised in all scriptures, that there will come a day when the bright light of truth will be the dominant light in the world. And we've reached that particular apex, I believe, at least the opening of it, where it's beginning to flourish. It's beginning to shine its bright light upon the entire planet, actually. And we're able now to see things that are foul, and we're able to see things that are pure. And there's a tremendous separation taking place between the two. So those who choose to not be pure will remain on the side of the putrid. And those who are choosing purity are going to remain on the side of righteousness and justice. That's the great separation. I repeat, all scriptures speak about this particular day of separating that which the Creator is pleased with from those things which he has rejected and spoken against. So I believe everybody is in their respective queues. Everybody is in the audience that needs to be in the audience right now. Give me one moment. My little cursor is going crazy here. One moment. I think my mouse might need another battery, but you guys just put up with me for this technicality, letting some other folks in. And I'm going to bring up my notes, and we're going to get this linguistic party started. I'm going to leave that for William to say from now on. I like the way he says. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. So first and foremost, let me officially greet each and every one of us in our listening audience with the greetings of peace that obligate each and every one of us to keep the peace, to maintain that peace, and to promote and protect that peace. That greeting, as it's given to us in the Quran, is Salamun Alaikum. There's no other greeting given to us in the Quran except for the one that I just pronounced for you as Salamun Alaikum or Salam Alaikum, but without the definite article al or as-salam. There's no al-salam alaikum in the Quran for humans to pronounce to each other. There is only salam, the generic, salamun, the generic. the peace that is prevalent everywhere. As soon as you attach a definite article to something, you're specifying where that thing is coming from, what that thing is addressing. If I say Al-Quran and give it that definite article, then it is Allah specifying a particular Quran or reading or frequency, if you will. But if I say Quranun, see the difference? Quranun means any reading, any reading. Allah says that in the Quran. He says it is Quranun. He wasn't talking about Al-Quran, the book that we see ourselves as reading every Ramadan and so forth and so on during the week, I hope, and you know, at the masjid and all. That's Al-Quran. When Allah says Quranun, that's a generic reading. So some translators have caught on to that and they say a reading. That's how they translate it, as a reading, because it can be any particular reading. But when Allah says Al-Quran, he's speaking specifically about the revelation that was visited upon Muhammad the Prophet approximately 1,500 years ago now or so. And that's the book that we mostly quote from as Muslims. So bear that in mind. We're making corrections along the way, and people get angry because we're interrupting their habits, even though their habits are incorrect. They get angry. I'm not understanding that, you know. And there are others who just say, that sounds right. Let me think on that for a moment. Give me a minute on that. Let me do my own research. And that's what Instructor Benjamin Bilal always encourages, that you not take my word for it. Go do your own research. The only thing I would ask you to do as a conclusion to your research is that when you find out that Allah has established it a particular way, although you've heard it from humans a different way, you need to just put what the humans said in the back of the room and let what Allah says sit in the front of the room, in front of the class of your learning. That's all I ask. If the Pope said it and Allah said something different, you're supposed to go with what Allah says. If an imam said it that you love and respect, but the Quran says something different than what that imam said, you have to put that imam in the back of the class. You have to at least take it off the shelf and off out of the front row and say, well, he's got a point there. Let me investigate that. Let me ask some people. Let me ask my local imam. Now, he might not know what I just shared with you. So it's your moment to teach. And don't think that because you're just a member of the congregation that you can't teach the person who's teaching from the rostrum every week. We have to get rid of these silly notions that they're the only ones with knowledge or the only ones who can investigate knowledge. It is the time for the common you and me to do more study, as the Quran encourages us to do. Allah asks the question in the Quran, do they not deeply ponder the Quran? Allah asks, he asks us that question in the Quran. So how many of us are pondering deeply the words of Allah? Do it one word at a time, do it a ayah at a time, do it like we're doing it, a letter at a time. We're pondering the Quran letter by letter. And that, my friends, is what the study of Nunetics is all about. All right. So the two readings are being revisited, and I say revisited only because I think it was maybe a couple of semesters ago that I gave a lecture under this same title. So you can Google that when you go to my YouTube page. Just put in the two readings, but don't put revisited, and you'll get the early information that I taught, which was full of information that I'm not giving you in this discourse. So two separate chunks of wonderful information. So we began reading from the first 5 verses revealed to Muhammad in the surah called Al-Alaq, and it's also called IQRA. And we didn't get past the first ayah last week. I think we did about 2.5 hours on just this one ayah, and I wasn't finished. That's how deep, not me, that's how deep Allah is, deeper than that. That's surface stuff for Allah and his wisdom. But he power packs the Quran and its wording so that people can derive benefit to help improve upon their human psychology, to help improve upon their human emotionality, and to help improve upon their even their human biology. The Quran is the go-to reference for improvement in every single facet of the human life, growth, and experience. No matter what the facet, the Quran is addressing that facet in various places throughout Al-Quran. So we read the line that says, "Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq." And I always ask you to pay particular attention to the specific words that are being used and what words or verbs they are being derived from. So this word Iqra is from the verb qara'a, qaf, ra, alif, and we'll be investigating that in just a little while. I intend to get through this and conclude this today. And I don't think any of you have to get up and go to work tomorrow. So sit back and relax. I almost said lay back and relax, but don't do that, because where we come from, that means nodding off. We don't want to do that. Some of you had large dinners tonight, and we don't want that itis, as we call it, to kick in. All right, so stay attentive. If you need a warm beverage, some tea or something, keep you pepped up, do that as we continue. So Iqra, qara'a, qara'a. And they say that qara'a, that verb means to read, or he read a thing. And I told you last week that that is not the original meaning for the verb qara'a or for the word iqra. That's not the original meaning, to say read or proclaim. That came much later down the line as the scholars began to try to help common people make sense without getting too confused, I would say, by the technical way of explaining words from the Quran. But again, I say that that's advice coming from the scholars. Advice coming from Allah is to nitpick the Quran, go through it, test it. Allah says if it had not been from Allah, that you would have found within it much ambiguity. You would have found within in the Quran many discrepancies, many things saying one thing, and then you look at another page and it says something totally different. And then you look at another page and you can't figure out what it's talking about at all. But Allah says that it is a clear book, a book of distinct messages, a fully detailed, that's how Allah refers to the Quran, as a fully detailed book. So if there's confusion concerning your understanding of what the Quran is speaking to or speaking about, the confusion is in you until you do what's necessary to eliminate, eradicate, or at least drastically reduce the confusion. It's not in the book. It is in us. That's where the confusion is, because we're not familiar with the language or what the references are pointing us to as signs. Bear that in mind. That's an important point. So the first thing you need to ask yourself is, if this does mean to read, qara'a, then what was Muhammad reading? When every single scholar who's worth his salt will tell you that he didn't have a physical book at this point. When this first revelation was visited upon him, there was no physical book to read. So that should be your first question. If it means to read, what was he reading? Or are we able to read on levels other than the physical level of opening up a physical book and reading physical words on a physical page? Is there another reading? Is there another level of reading that the Quran is speaking to and encouraging Muhammad to participate in? And of course, the answer is absolutely yes. This is a different kind of reading. So what kind of reading is this? Well, now you have to go back to the technique that we're calling reading. What is the process for reading? Let's begin there. The process of reading is that the human brain has to first have a basic understanding of letters and how letters are put together to form words. So you cannot possibly read, we're still talking the physical reading now, like we do with a book. You cannot possibly read until you have been taught first what those letters are. You see how important letters are in language. You in your grade school experience, your kindergarten experience, wherever you first learned the alphabet, you have to first be taught alphabet by alphabet by alphabet, and it has to be in succession. Nobody teaches you from P, R, S, T. No, everybody teaches from the beginning of their respective alphabet. For English speaking people, it's A, B, C, D. They made a song out of it, right? So we remember it better. So we know it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and the teacher will teach you A, B, C one day and D, E, F the next day and G, H, I, or whatever, comes after. But she will only do that, or he will only do that as you begin to show progress in terms of what you are able to memorize, to capture, to hear from the teacher, repeat back to the teacher, and then go home and practice it yourself. So that when you come in the next day or the next week, you can say, teacher, I got this. Let's move on to something else. Can we work on the Spanish alphabet? Well, no Spanish alphabet, but can you work on the Arabic alphabet, the Hebrew or the Greek alphabet now, because you've already gotten the other one. You've memorized it. It's tight. It's packed. It's done deal for that. So the reading is precipitated by the ability to remember letters, to remember, to hear them. You don't even have to see them. The first learning for human beings is oral. It's based on how you hear things. Everything in its initial presentation, listen to me carefully. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter what knowledge you're studying. Everything in its initial foray into the world is represented throughout multiple languages through the letters. Well, let me do it this way. This will be easier. Through the points of articulation in the mouth that are first guttural from the back of the throat and then liquid at the top palate. Let me explain that to people who are not familiar with the science, the linguistic technique that is presented through Nunetics. Nunetics says that there are 7 basic points in the mouth that the human being, no matter where that human being is from on earth, that the human being is able to make sounds from. So whether you're speaking German or whether you're speaking whatever you're speaking, Sanskrit, and it doesn't matter the language, humans, every and anywhere on this planet, can only speak from these 7 categories of sound in the mouth. That's the point. And they are regions inside the mouth. We won't go through all of those. Get your book called Nunetics. You can purchase it on Amazon. Now, just go to Amazon and type in Nunetics and get your book. Okay, we can't go over that every week. I mean, some of you have to, do some work on your own. So a guttural is any sound that emanates from the back of the mouth, beginning with the front part of the throat, all of the way into the gutter of the throat. So at the front of the throat, you have sounds like the letter H, ha, ha. That's right in there. But it's from the back, because if you do it hard enough, you'll feel it in the back. You'll feel it coming from the back of the throat. And then you have letters like the one we have in Arabic and in Hebrew. Ha, see the KHA sound. Ha, and that's deep in the gutter of the throat. Then you have the letter J, where if you're pronouncing it correctly, it's from the back of the throat also as a guttural. Jim, Jim. You have to force it from the back of the throat. You have K, of course, the common cat sound. K, like in cat. Car. cousin, that K. Okay. Don't let it fool you that they're spelling it in English with a C. There's really no such thing as a C. It's pronounced either as a K or an S. Sir, tus. Those are two C's, but there's no independent sound for C. Remember that. And these are the basic sounds that you have coming from the back of the throat. And the technique that the Nunetics teaches involves the interchangeability of the sounds that are pronounced from that same part of the mouth. So that's why if you have the word Kemet, that's the original name for Egypt in Africa, Kemet, Kemet. That's why you'll also find that there are people who can pronounce it as Hemet, Khemet. And then there are other people in other parts of the region that will pronounce it as Hemet, see, Hemet. But the Kha sound, the Ka sound, and the Ha sound are all gutturals, and therefore they can be interchanged. In Arabic, we say salam. In Hebrew, a sister language, they say shalom. So that tells you that the S sound of salam and the SH sound of shalom are interchangeable. It's the same word. It means the same thing. So this is the technique that we're teaching. It's a brand new linguistic science being presented to us in this part of the world. It's not new on the planet. It's a lost linguistic art that Nunetics has been gifted by the source creator to revive and bring back into the world for the world's linguistic advancement. That's what it's for human beings, no matter where you find those human beings, and their linguistic advancement. And as you become advanced through the study of words, you become advanced through the study of how human beings themselves become elevated. See, Imam W.D. Muhammad left us with something very special when he said, words make people. So if we learn to reformulate these words and to think about these words on a much higher level, the more and more words we learn, and the more we learn what they actually mean, letter by letter, we're contributing to our very development as humans, psychologically, neurologically, emotionally, all of those things I mentioned moments ago, even biologically, because you can think enough words to yourself over and over again that will eventually make your biology sick. Just from the thoughts, from the things that you're thinking about over and over again, you can literally make yourself sick. Most doctors will agree with that. Most all metaphysicians will agree with that. And the same thing, there are people who are ill or sick, who are taught to repeat certain words as mantras, as chants, etc., as a dhikr for many Muslims, and you can repeat certain words over and over again and make yourself feel better. Alleviate and eradicate the sickness. Now, some people don't want to believe that because it hasn't worked for them, but it's not that it doesn't work, it's that you don't know the exact technique necessary for eradicating it. Well, I feel bad. I was just saying to myself, feel better. I want to feel better. I need to feel better. But look at how you're saying it. There's not a human being in the world who can feel better with his head down. You know that. All you have to, even right now, if you sat up in your chair and you kept your torso pointed forward and your head up and that kind of thing, you'd feel better without saying anything. You have to understand the science of human nature because words indeed make people. And Imam W.D. Muhammad said that a word is anything that brings a message to your mind. It's not just that combination of letters on a page that constitute a word. A word is anything that has any amount of impact on your five basic senses, as those senses are registering feelings that first visit your nervous system, your central nervous system. Everything that you witness, everything that you hear, everything that you touch, any one of these five basic senses, and you have more than five senses, we'll go over that on a different day, but anything that visits those five senses by impacting you on that spinal cord that's running up and down your spine, it's sending messages. And not always on a conscious level either, mostly on a subconscious and an unconscious level. We're being impacted. You see? So going back to the idea of those things that are initial things, things that have to happen first from the guttural and the liquid locations of the mouth. So if I say ha, the letter H, we just talked about that as a guttural from the back of the throat, and I combine it with the letter ra, which is one of the two liquid letters in linguistics, ha, ra. That means that any word, and when you got, if you want to prove me wrong on this one, I say go for it. I like that kind of challenge. Any word, I don't care what the language, that has a combination of those two sounds, ha, ra, they have to do with initial things, things that have to happen first, things that happen through the things that happen first. And I say start with the English language. There's the simple three-letter word called her. I mean her, the female, as opposed to him, the male. How did all of this get here? How did all of us get here? Did it come through the him? Or did it come through the her? Yeah, that's what I thought. It came through the her, didn't it? Going to ancient Egypt, they had a character called Heru. The Greeks called him Horus. Okay, Heru. What did Heru do? He brought back the beginnings of his father's authority in Egypt. They had crucified his father. They killed him, chopped him up into 14 pieces. This is mythology, so don't get excited. Okay. Yeah, they chopped him up into 14 different pieces. That's the one called Ausar or Osiris, you've heard of him as in Greek mythology. And his son Horus, see the HR? Well, it's the name Heru. Heru is his true Egyptian name. His name from Kemet. Kemet is the original word for Egypt. The Greeks replaced the Egyptian word Kemet and Hemet and Hemet. They replaced it with Egypt. And I'll tell you why in a minute, if you're patient with me. So Heru was the one that started it all over again. His father died, was chopped up into 14 different pieces. Osiris's wife, who you know as Isis, her name is Auset, Auset. She had her men go find those pieces, gather those pieces, collect those pieces, bring them back and reassemble them. And when she finally got hold of the last piece, which was the phallic piece, it says that she sat on that piece and became pregnant by the newly revived Al-Sar. And she begat, as they like to say in the old English language, and she produced a child that they called Heru. So Heru must represent a new beginning simply because he has an HR in his name. It's really that simple. Muhammad, in becoming the prophet, he became the prophet because revelation was sent to him. Where was it sent to him? It was upon a mountain. And most of you who have studied that history, you know that the mountain's name was Hira, Hira. Hira. You see the HR working in that because it represents new beginnings coming into the world. Yeah, something new coming into the world. Just like the hero who comes to save the day for the damsel in distress. The hero. The hero is the first one, not the second one. The second one has to come. The hero, the first guy didn't do his job. Now he's tied up on the tracks by Simon Legree. You got two people that need to be saved because the first one wasn't a hero. But that one that comes who's a hero, he becomes the first one to save the day. But the key is that he's the initial one. He's the first one to do that. The ones who comes after him, after he's already untied, that's not the hero. He's the assistant to the hero. You know how they have the hero in the movie and he beats or defeats the bad guy, and then you see all the troops come in, the police and everything. They're not the heroes. They just come to clean up, to assist. They're looking around, wondering why there's so many bodies on the ground, and they're not the heroes. They didn't get there first. Had they gotten there first and saved the people, they would be the heroes, the police department or the army. So I hope you're following this train of logic. It's important. And the beautiful thing about this Nunetics method is that in many cases, you can actually reverse the order of the letters and still come out with a related meaning. So if you reverse the H and the R in the case that we're discussing, and it becomes the R and the H, and then go through the Arabic language to begin with and look at words that have the R and the H, like ruh. That's probably the most famous word in the Quran that has an RH connection. And what is ruh? They say it's the spirit. And look at what Allah says about this ruh in the Quran. When the angels were questioning Allah about this new thing he was creating called the Khalifa, they said, are you going to make one who's going to shed or who's going to make mischief? Are you going to create one who's going to make mischief and shed the blood? And Allah said, nevertheless, when I have breathed into him of my ruh, then I want you to bow down and, make sajda and etc. to him. So Allah didn't say, yeah, I'm creating one who is just going to automatically take over. No, Allah is saying that something had to happen first. See, something initial had to happen. What is that? I have to breathe into him of my ruh, R-O-O-H or R-U-U-H, whichever way you want to spell it. It's still ruh. And it means breath. It means spirit. So the Quran is a clear book because it's explaining itself even through its various pronunciations of words. You don't always have to go to scholar so-and-so, mufti this one, and imam that one for the meanings in the Quran. You can start with them, but do your own independent research based on the method that I'm explaining to you right now. If I call somebody an heir to the throne or to a particular amount of money, the H-E-I, no, heir. Yeah, the H-E-I-R, I believe it's spelled. Well, what does he do? He's the one to inherit the wealth immediately after the passing of the person, the benefactor. The heir is the one to who's supposed to, he's the first one who gets that prize or that amount. See? They call it an inheritance. See? You see the her in there? H-E-R. The inheritance. The inheritance, it doesn't go to whatever fund before it goes to the people who the person who is the deceased promised it to. It's not supposed to go to all of these other people who were not first in line. The inheritor was first in line. And there's a word in the Quran that means inheritors. That also means that when Allah does this particular thing and gifts these people with this particular wealth, they become the first ones also. And that word is el-warithin. El-warithin. And that W, when it's put in the front of a word, it itself becomes a guttural from that same part of the mouth. Wah, from the back. Wah, wah, wah. So that's wa, ra, tha. But it's wa, ra, which makes it ha, ra, which makes it ka, ra, which makes it ha, ra, which makes it ja, ra. All of those that I just pronounced to you are in the same category. When you get this video, go back and write those sounds down that I just gave you, and then begin to look up words in the Arabic English dictionary, if you know how to do that, that have those consonantal connections. And you're going to see right before your eyes, it's going to open up to you different ways that these words you're finding are actually related to each other. Some of them are siblings, like brother and sister words. Some of them are cousins. They're not directly related, but if you keep searching, 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 and making connections in the logic, you're going to find out that they are related. So this man came along our trail. His name was Wallace. Just a quick history lesson. His name was Wallace, and he later changed his name to Warith. So the consonants in his first iteration, Wallace, was the W, the L, and the C, Wallace. But we know the C, as I said earlier, in this instance, is pronounced as an S, so it's Walasa. Those of you who are in the Nunetics course, you also know that the letter L can be interchanged, as I said earlier, with only one other letter, and that's the letter R. So Walasa in Wallace is also Warasa, as you have in Waris. And the S interchanges with other sounds that are produced from the front of the mouth. One of those categories are called the dentals, teeth sounds. So you have the D, you need your teeth to pronounce that. You have the DH, as you have in the word dhikr, DHIKR. Some people transliterate it. And also the T sounds, the T, the TH, all of those. So warith with the TH is also waris, where the TH is being exchanged by the S. So some parts of the world, they say waris. Other parts of the world, they say warith. But it's the same word. So what does that name mean? It means inheritor. So that means that in the scheme of things, and this is how Allah plans for the success of his human beings, in the grand scheme of things, this Wallace guy, this Warith person, must have been basically the first person to do the particular things that he did. Now, I'm not going to turn this into that kind of learning lesson, but I'll say this to you. One of the major, probably the major thing that he did, that he was actually the first to do in recorded history, he took a group of people from an organization that his father was the leader over, called the Nation of Islam, the lost found Nation of Islam in the wilderness of North America. You need a strong breath in order to pronounce that as one sentence. The lost found Nation of Islam in the wilderness of North America. That was the name of Elijah Muhammad's organization. And Wallace Muhammad was his son, his biological son. And Wallace Muhammad was appointed leadership over that group upon the passing of his father in 1975. So what was the first thing that Wallace Muhammad was able to do? His father's organization had upwards of 300,000 people. I'm talking about the original Nation of Islam, not the iteration you're looking at now under Minister Louis Farrakhan. That's different. He doesn't have that many people. But Elijah Muhammad had over 300, he had taught for 44 straight years since 1934 or so. And he was able to garner 300,000 people and probably over 1 million sympathizers, basically in the African American community. Over 1 million people. They were judging by how many weekly newspapers called Muhammad Speaks that they were able to sell. They were the largest selling African American produced newspaper in the nation. That paper was selling internationally in Africa and in Brazil and in Peru. They had the Muhammad Speaks. So that was when his son became the leader. Those 300,000 people who were actually practicing a false Islam. It was not in any way the Islam that the Quran speaks to and speaks about. Similarities in the language and the terminology. They said Muhammad, they said Muslim, they said Quran, but they didn't give it or attach to it the meanings that we now know are prevalent concerning those different words that I just mentioned. So what did Wallace do, the inheritor? The one who is going to do something major as the initial move, the initial foray into a further growth and development? He took those 300,000 people and he invited them on one particular Sunday to all take Shahada simultaneously. They used to have what they call the fourth Sunday telephone hookup, where all of the temples that were being run by Elijah Muhammad's organization would invite practically the entire nation of Islam to sit and listen to whoever the main speaker was. In this case, it was Wallace D. Muhammad. And he invited them right there to take Shahada, and they did it simultaneously. This was in 1975. So what does that
We
mean?
probably do,
Somebody saying something? Hold on. Hold on. Please mute your microphones. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So 300,000 people taking Shahada at one time, that's unheard of in history. Not even in the time of Muhammad. They had the 10,000 that marched back into Mecca, and most of them were already Muslims. So the new ones who were in Mecca, as Mushrik and others, Munafiq and those people, that didn't amount to 300,000 people. No, this was the first time in recorded history that that number of people had taken Shahada and become Muslims, and began from that day to learn what the actual details of Al-Islam, the Quran, the life of Muhammad, etc., was all about. That goes unspoken of in the Muslim world. How come the Muslim world won't tell you that? Because they don't want you to be inspired by something new. That's my conclusion. Let me continue. So we're talking about Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. Proclaim or read in the name of thy Lord and Cherisher who created. And I told you that Rabb is the one who evolves life and life forms. Rabb. They say it's the guardian, evolver, and sustainer of something. The evolver. So anything in creation that's going through an evolution in its life structure, it's under the term Rabb. Alladhi is a specific one, not a generic one. And then khalaq, I told you, also meant that he programmed a thing, just like we program computers to do certain things. It's not the outward manifestation of the computer that people are all excited about. It's what the computer has been programmed to do that people get very excited about. So that's what khalaq is, that Allah has done that for every aspect of creation. He creates a thing, that's a different word. El-Bari, he brings something out of nothing into something. That's a different word. That's El-Bari, his attribute of El-Bari. But his attribute of El-Khalaq or Yeah, al-khalaq. That's when he is in charge of programming that life. Be the life of an insect or the life of anything in the sea, the life of anything that's flying in the sky. Allah himself has programmed it. It can be even the inanimate world of clouds. The way clouds trail each other, that's a program that Allah has placed in the clouds. The way the planets rotate in a way that where they don't bump into each other, that's a programming. That's a part of al-khalaq and what al-khalaq is able to do. So you see, it's not just created something because you're looking at it, it's created and you think that's all this is talking about. No, it's just telling you that whatever this IQRA experience is, it's an experience that is able to unfold itself and fulfill itself because of its programming. Now, let me tell you what qara'a and IQRA actually mean in the fitrah. In the fitrah, this word is referring to harvesting of vegetation. If you're looking at it strictly from the nature situation, it's the result of harvesting. Now, I told you that you can't read literally as you're reading a book unless you first learn letters. So there's an initial education that has to take place before you can read sufficiently, especially if you're reading on your own or for your own self in your own head. You have to have learned and memorized those letters. So if I'm harvesting, there's also something initial that needed to be done. See, the initial thing is always related to those two consonants. I told you, I gave you the examples of HR. Well, look at the English word harvest. Nunetics will do that for you. Harvest. All right. It means something has to happen first before you can do other subsequent things. How are you going to eat at the dinner table and you haven't harvested the food from the field? That has to come first. And that's your inheritance from being out in the field, planting the seeds, working your oxen or whatever were out there helping you to plant the seeds. And now it's time for you to pull those plants up in a harvest. So it's the same thing. You have to harvest the field before you can bring items to the dinner table or to the marketplace. So this is mentioning something that's going on in the fitrah. And then we have to learn how to apply it to the other levels of logic. We have to follow the logic to its logical conclusion. Because you can read on, as we said in the beginning of this discourse, on several different levels. In the armed services, sometimes you'll hear them say after they've received a communique or communication over the radio, they say, I read you. So you read me, I read you. Then you got the two sisters who were in the supermarket talking about somebody who was giving them problems. And they say, well, next time she does that, I'm going to read her. You know, we used to say, I'm going to read her rights, you know, or yeah, I was reading that girl. I knew she was up to no good the way she was looking at my husband. I was reading her up and down. See, but she wasn't physically reading any letters on this woman's body. She was reading her frequencies. And that's what this is. Muhammad was being taught how to read creation's frequencies. And the word frequency is just from the word frequent, and frequent means to visit something over and over again. If I frequent the tavern, I'll become a town drunk probably if I go there often enough, frequently enough. So frequent is from this process that Allah has created within the human being, particularly in the human soul and in the human brain. The frequency are called brain waves in the brain. They're called heartbeats in the heart region. These are things that are going on inside of us over and over again, doing the same thing. They're being frequent over and over again. And they are responsible for the maintenance of this body. They're responsible for the maintenance of this emotionality. They're responsible for the maintenance of this mind, the thinking capacity. All of these are operating based on frequencies. And all of these areas of the soul and the mind and the body, they have to be harvested. Meaning what? You experience a certain measure of growth, and then you have to pull that growth up so that new growth can come behind it. We get mad at people for teaching us something different 10 years after they learned it a certain way. Well, that ain't how I learned it, brother. That ain't what so-and-so said. That means how you going to come behind that? And now you got some new meaning. Where you get what you got from? I got it from the field. I'm a field Negro, if you were wondering, like Malcolm said. He said, I'm not a house Negro. I'm a field Negro. He's out there studying the field. That slave knew it all, man. He's looking at everything going on. He wasn't in the house secluded away from reality. He was out in the field. And we call knowledge fields of knowledge, don't we? Fields of science. You want to be in the field. You don't want to be too locked up in the house where everything is dictated to you. Advance your thinking. Mm-mm. Exercise your mind. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're here for. So to harvest simply means to pull the growth up, because if you leave it there, it's going to become retarded vegetation. It's going to begin to wither if you leave it in that one spot. It will wither for sure. Happens with all vegetation, corn, lettuce, cabbage, tobacco, whatever. If you leave it there past the time of harvesting, it's going to die on you. Now I'm speaking to certain groups of people and certain organizations and certain leaders without mentioning their names. But if you stay in that same spot and are experiencing no growth, that's a code meaning for Negro, no grow, because they were left in the same spot. You have to become interested in your own growth and development is the point. Now, when you pull that vegetation up out of the soil, you are disconnecting it with its foundation. You're disconnecting it from its foundation, from its original nutrition. You got to think deeply about these things. Human beings have blood. We call it red blood. Red, read. Follow the logic to its logical conclusion. But vegetation also has blood. We call it chlorophyll. We mentioned this last week. Chlorophyll. You can go into the store, the vitamin store, and ask for plant blood. It's chlorophyll. They'll sell it to you in a capsule. Plant blood. And it is so good for the human body because it's like 97% compatible in all of its chemical composition with human blood. The only thing that separates plant blood from human blood is the hemoglobin in the plant blood that makes it green. That's it. Human blood is red, plant blood is green. They're 98% the same stuff. That's how close plants are. We're trying to find a monkey in the history of man who's close to the modern day human. Why are you looking at the monkey when the Fitrah is telling you to look at the plant? And then Allah gives us a revelation that says, and Allah created us to grow in the same manner as plants grow. That's in the Quran. Created us to grow similar to plants. So if you're looking for where you came from in history and you're looking for where you're headed as a life form, you should be studying the tree, not the monkey. Darwin. You see how advanced you can become when you begin to learn the logic for understanding what the Quran is speaking to? Yeah, study the plant. Allah tells us to study the tree. He compares the tree with language. A goodly word is as a goodly tree, so says Allah. And the goodness of the tree is locked into how it is rooted into the ground, into the earth, how it is rooted. And the bad word or the bad language, the derisive language, the corruptible language is compared to a tree that has been uprooted from its natural resources. And it just serves to rot. It will sit around and rot, unused, no water content. See? So those people who are sitting around with no moral content, there are people who are sitting around with no spiritual content. There are people who are sitting around with no emotional content, dead from the neck up, in need of a checkup. I used to like when my teenage high schoolers used to say that. Numbskull. Don't know, but worse than that, don't want to know. We have to return to the fitrah. Now, that's the harvest. And if you take all three of those consonants in that first part of the word harvest, you have the H, the R, and the V. Harv. The EST, that's a suffix. So harv, if you transfer those letters over to the Arabic letter system, you have the letter ha, the letter ra, and there's no V in Arabic. So you have to replace it with a different labial or lip sound. In this case, it would be B. V with the lips, B with the lips. So harv becomes harb, Harb, harb. And what is harb or harbon? Warfare. When plenty of blood becomes shed. What did the angels ask Allah? Are you going to create one who's going to make mischief and shed the blood? So many wonderful connections in the logic of Al-Quran, but we have to be willing to still our minds and shut out the world if necessary and contemplate what Allah is saying to us. He's speaking specifically to you as an individual, to me as an individual. He's got a special level of learning that he wants each and every one of us as individuals to come into. He doesn't want you to be robbed of the process for discovering wisdom for yourself. So learn to harvest. So Allah wants us to harvest with the signature, using the signature of our Rabb, the one who is evolving us. He's responsible for growing up that life, for giving that a life its fulfillment. So that's how we are calculating the things that are around us, how we are harvesting, how we are preparing ourselves to service the life of our environment. That's what harvesting is doing. It's feeding people. So it's being pulled from the ground as harvest, but you don't hear the plants hollering. You killed me. No, because as we advance out of one level of life form into the next level of life form, into the next graduation in the light form, it doesn't hurt you to grow like that. It doesn't hurt you. See? It lets you know that if you don't take that leap forward, you'll die where you are. Yeah, you will wilt. They call it wilting. And that Rabb is the one who programmed us. Verse 2. Oh, we're making progress now after an hour or so. We're off of that one verse. Now let's go to the next one. خلق الإنسان من علق. Created man, but remember, khalaq means programmed, that he programmed. Who did Allah program? Man. What is that man called in this ayah? El insan. See? El, definite article, insan. And I told you on a different occasion a few weeks back that this word insan is a reference to the human being who is a thinking being and also who becomes a socially oriented being. Those two things are the keys to understanding al-insan. If you go to the dictionary, it's going to say that it has to do with being familiar with each other. Yeah, that's being social, isn't it? And what happens when you become social? You run into concerns that are human concerns. See, when you're in your family, you're being social in your family, but you don't call it socialization when it's just you and your wife, or you and your husband and two or three children and that kind of thing, or even when the cousins and aunties and uncles come together as a tribe. You don't call that necessarily socialization. You just call it family and tribe. It's my tribe. And you don't come together to really think about doing anything serious unless there's an emergency situation that you have to really put your brains together and figure out what to do about. No, you come together, it's for the annual this and the monthly that and the household the other. Mikhail, I believe that's your microphone that keeps opening up for some reason. He's had that happen before, so I know he's got a little defect, I think. Let me try and stand by, audience. Let me just do something different here for his microphone. If you're listening to me, which you should be, please mute your microphone. Thank you, sir. And it turned out that his name popped up, but it was actually somebody else's mic that came loose. I don't know how to figure that out technically. But yeah, try to keep your hand off of the mute. It keeps opening and closing, whoever that is. So yeah, sometimes they'll close it and it will open on its own. So you may have to come out and then come back in to the program. Okay. We're going to continue. This is good food. All right. So now here's a very important point that Allah is making. Created the human being, the social being who becomes a thinking being because of his socialization. We don't really think about what's going on in the world until we begin to step outside of our comfort zone. Step outside of our home, our house, our village, our tribe, and tribal concerns, and begin to be introduced to other people like ourselves who we don't know yet. And as we get to know our neighbors and we get to know the people on the other side of the mountain in ancient times or on the other side of the block in modern times, as we get to know those people, we come in contact with what are now their concerns. And their concerns could very well be different from our concerns as a small tribe or a small family or a small unit. So when we find out that they also have human needs that might even differ from ours, the challenge is now on us to assist those people to live a fuller human life, even though their concerns are not necessarily the exact same concerns as ours. Your family might be well off. The family you were just introduced to might be poor as dirt. You think nothing about going home, opening up the refrigerator and just grabbing whatever it is, some juice or some grapes or some food or whatever. But the person on the other side of the block, she's not going to have that kind of advantage. So when you come into that understanding, where's the challenge then? The challenge is now for you to share your resources, share your products. That's the challenge that Allah has put on every human soul. And it's the soul that's challenging you. And from soul, we get the word social. So it's the social engagement that is challenging human beings so that their souls might become more and more refined. Your soul is not concerned about the details of your individual issues. Your soul is not selfish. Your soul is designed by Allah to be social, to be concerned about the broader spectrum of things. If your soul had to be put into an element, it would be air. It would actually be the most refined form of air spoken of in metaphysics called ether. A-E-T-H-E-R, ether. Ether, they say, is the grand air. It's not this air that we're breathing. It's a grand air. And you see the word air, A-I-R. You see the way the word air, H-E-I-R. They still pronounce it as air, don't they? It's because the letter A in the beginning of a word is also a guttural. So H-R can also be presented as A-R. And what is air? Air, they say, was the first element created out of the four basic elements, created from the fifth element, the ether, the grand air that created the mundane air that we're breathing in every day. What is it about this air that we're breathing in every day? Can you put it in a bottle and cut other people off from it? No. You can do that with water. You can do that with fire. You can do that with earth, but you can't do that with air. Air is universal. See, so if the soul is being compared to the air, and the air is your inheritance. As soon as you're born into the world, doctor slaps you on the butt, and that's your inheritance. It's the first thing. See, the initial thing. It's the first thing that you have to do for longevity's sake. Yes, it's beautiful when you slow down and think about what I'm saying to you. So that's the air. And this air, the A-I-R, is your H-E-I-R in the fitrah. It's your inheritance. You are warith when it comes to the air. That's a wonderful thing. So the soul is universal. And the soul gets its best nutrition from participating in a social environment. The social environment represents the soul's shell. See, social, soul's shell of protection. So the protection for your social nature is what we're talking about now. The protection for your social nature is in your ability to become more and more social. And to become more and more social, you have to begin to divest yourself of personal prejudices against people. You have to divest yourself of being so shy that you don't want to meet anybody. You don't want to go anywhere. Excuse me. You don't want to be in a crowd of people. You don't want to learn new people and new names and new places and new conversations. The people who are all shied up like that. That's how Michael Jackson found himself. And you see what a wreck he turned out to be. May Allah forgive him his sins. A wreck. You're growing up from 9 and 10 years old. You become famous overnight, and the people that you used to just greet and meet and play with in the local park, now they're clamoring at you like you're some little god or something. And they do that for 50 straight years. Do you know how fortunate he was to be as sane as I hope he was before he died? That's a difficult challenge, man. You got to be almost superhuman to go through what that little boy went through from age 9 and 10 all of the way up to the age of 50. That's a long time on an everyday basis, no matter where you go, almost in the world. You're so famous, you're so well recognized that you can't even really truly trust anybody anymore on that level of fame. You see them coming towards you, you don't know. At one point, they say one girl took this part of his scarf and another one took another part of his scarf and it was wrapped across his neck and one was pulling that way, one was pulling that way. They almost killed the man. He was about 13 years old when that happened. They almost killed him because the social nature is one that needs to be protected and respected. That's why shirk, the worship of all of these false idols, that's what makes it so dangerous. Because you're hyping up a meaning for things and for people. This is my idol. We say that about people. That's my idol. the Beatles, those are my idols. You don't understand what you're saying. Your children don't understand what they're saying when they call that person, that superstar, an idol. They can be a superstar. There are superstars in the galaxy, Sirius B, Sirius A, different stars that are actually supernovas. And there's such a thing as you can be a superstar, but you don't have to be an idol at the same time. Idle actually means to be still and not involved. When you let your car, when you let that motor run idle, ADLE, you ain't going nowhere. It's the same thing when you begin to worship idols, you ain't going nowhere. All right. So created the human being. So if you're going to be Al Insan, you got to be those two things. You have to be social, at least on a local level, involved in the community. Your child is going to school, you should be on the school board. You should be involved in some way in your child's education. You should be involved in some way in the business practices of the community, who you buy and sell from, or the business that you might establish and who's going to buy and sell from you. These are natural, normal parts of the growth and development of any functional society. And that's going to cause you to scratch your head more and more to figure out how to do what you're doing better and better and better, because the human being's soul gravitates towards excellence. You see? Excel, excellence. X means to go out, sell, CELL. You're bringing something out of the cell that Allah created you in biologically. There's a potential within the DNA, RNA, within each and every one of your trillions of cells that Allah has designed an exit plan for. The excellence is supposed to be able to come out and burgeon and manifest and just solve so many issues for humanity. It's all in your cell. They call it excellence when it finally dawns into the world. And look at that word cell. It's SL sound. Even though it's a C, it's the SL sound. Cell. So all of the words that have the SL sound are going to have something in common. So the CELL has something in common with the SOUL, the soul. And it also has something in common with the SELL, the sell, the selling of something. What is that? It's an exchange. When you go to the market, you have your finances, you have your money, you have your pocketbook and your wallet and whatever, and you purchase something. Now you have to exchange what you're purchasing by giving the merchant your money. That's an exchange. Sell, SELL. Well, what are your CELLs doing? They're also exchanging. You treat them a certain way by keeping the nutrients flowing in their direction, and they're going to treat you a certain way by keeping the native intelligence in those cells operating for you, so that you know when to stop eating, so that you know when to stop drinking, so that you know when to grow. That's what your cells are dictating. They're full of information in the form of what is called intelligence. Intelligence, internal, telling or communicating, coming from the gens or the genes. All of these things are power tapped into your genetics by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's what's creating what they call gene yes. See, the genes are responsible for the gene yes. But it has to be cultivated like the garden, like the agriculture. So we're still talking about IQRA and the possibilities that Allah has created within IQRA. IQRA gave us the word acre, ACRE. IQRA gave us the prefix agri as in agriculture. IQRA, agri, acre. It's all referring to the same thing. That which needs to grow enough for you to get the benefit through the harvesting. So created al-insan min alaq. Min means from or of, and alaq here is translated as congealed blood, but that's not a great translation. But I think I know where the translator was going with that. I think the translator understood that blood is a symbol of something within the human nature and possibilities. And I believe that he understood that blood is a symbol of the social nature. Now, Imam Muhammad came years later and told us that's what it was, a symbol of the social nature, because blood has to travel socialize with the entire body in order for the body to stay functional. And any society like the United States of America or any other country or any other group of people who share the same ideals and the same, whatever, they have to socialize with each other. That's what the blood does. It takes the nutrition that it's getting from the digestion of the food and the breathing in of the air and all of that, and it is circulating. That nutrition has to circulate around the body. And in the social life, that good stuff that's being taken in by the society through its education, through its government, through its other possibilities, its governmental life, as I said, and through these other possibilities, those possibilities, that goodness has to circulate within the social realm, within the society. And as it circulates and feeds the good things that are necessary for the society to keep functioning, then the soul of that society begins to develop. And now this happens on the grander scale of humans worldwide, but it also happens more specifically on the individual scale of group soul dimensions and dynamics. Group soul, another term introduced to us by W.D. Muhammad. The group soul, it differs because the group soul is actually fashioned and conditioned by local circumstances, not by universal principles, by local circumstances and principles that are established by people who share the same substance, the life substance, meaning you eat a particular food and that's the food that you like. And they like to laugh at so-called black people. Oh, they like fried chicken, blah, black people love fried chicken or whatever. So whatever you are found eating almost on a daily basis, people will associate that with your people. The Mexicans like tacos, you know how we do. The Italians, they like pasta. So people, yeah, they gravitate towards the things that are in their environment that are the easiest for them to access and benefit from. And then we tag them with that. That identity is a part of their group soul identity. But there's one thing that actually trumps the group soul identity, and that is the human soul identity. And this is what the manipulators of the world right now do not want humanity to grow into or up to identify yourself humanly speaking. Everything got to be black. Everything got to be the white races. Everything got to be the Israelis and the Palestinians and these divisions, these artificially created divisions. But nobody's talking universal. What's the universal connection between all humans? Air. Yeah, everybody's got to breathe air. I don't care what language you speak. I don't care what land you're from, what geography you were born into, what level of wealth or poverty you were born into. The poorest of humans, they have to breathe. The richest of humans, they have to breathe. So air is the common denominator between all people and all biology on and slightly above Earth. Can't speak for what's going on way out there on other planets, but we do know for us that the birds in the sky and the animals on the earth and the fish in the sea, etc., all of us have to breathe oxygen. We know that for a fact. So we're back to air. We're back to the ether. We're back to the common denominator that every person and every life form, for that matter, has to share and share alike. Whether you like me or love me or hate me, I'm still entitled to breathe. Breath. It's wonderful when you understand it. So this so-called clot of congealed blood. A clot in the blood can lead to severe complications within the body. So I don't think he really intended to say clot, because the alaq, as a part of the physiology of the human being's fetal development, that alaq is not a clot. A clot is a stoppage. A clot is an emergency situation, and you might have to get some blood thinners if your blood starts clotting. You have to get some anticoagulants in your system. So no, it's not a clot of congealed blood. I think he was saying clot to give the idea of the blood having to come together and coagulate, congeal, gel. Yeah, to join, to gel together. He's talking about the social life, the social nature that we were just discussing, that blood actually means. Social nature. So Allah created the human being. See how you don't have to go to the dictionary for this one. If you understand that al-insan represents both the social person and the thinking person, when you understand that much, you'll understand what is meant by alaq. And you'll know that it's not just some physical clot of blood in the system that's the fetus that's feeding off of the cell, the uterine walls of the womb of the mother and all of that. That's not the clinging that this is talking to. And you might say, well, how could you know that without a dictionary? You had to go to the dictionary to know what al-insan means. And if you don't know what al-insan means, then you can't figure out what congealed blood means. Yes, I can. Through the study of Nunetics. Imam Muhammad said it in 1975, 76. He's the first one I heard say that it represents the social man who becomes a thinker because he's socializing and gathering more and more information. He's the first one I heard say that. So I just ran with that. And I said, okay, well, when I started learning these letters in this system that I now call Nunetics, I learned that the letters, the consonants in the word insana also reflect the meanings of social and mental. Yeah, insan. It's the noon and the scene, essentially. The noon at the end is a suffix. It's the noon, insan, I-N, and then the scene, the letter S. S, ins, nas, the noon and the scene, all of the time in all of those words, as well as in insan. So what is noon? Seed. What do seeds do? How do you handle seeds? Has anyone ever taken a single seed to go start a farm or, garden? You don't go out there with one seed. The seeds come in groups. Seeds are already socially oriented and organized. You throw bunches of seeds, huh? Bunches of seeds. When you come to the boardroom meeting to discuss the advancement of your corporation, you don't come with one idea. An idea is also a seed. You come with multiple ideas. Well, if this doesn't work, we can do that. Huh? So that's how seeds are. Seeds represent the social nature in the same way that the blood represents the social nature. There are different things in the fitr that represent different aspects of the same thing. Yes, it's so wonderful once you understand. So listen, I'm going to have to take a short break. If you need to go get some water or some tea or something, do that in this amount of time. And it's 8:37 where I am now, and I shall be back at the microphone absolutely by about 8:43, maybe about 10 minutes from now. Okay? So if your throat is a little bit dry like mine, you go do what you need to do. And we'll return to this point when I get back, inshallah. All right. William, if you need to say a few words, go right ahead.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
leave the recording. Yeah.
Okay. It's a good time to remind everybody again, and we can't do this enough because we are poised, positioned to share what we have with the global community. Uh, if you observant at all about what's happening uh, throughout Africa, throughout the Middle East, Europe, South America, wherever you go, the world is in need of some clear thinking, and there's nothing that can help anyone or everyone, no matter what language they speak, throughout the world, understand life more clearly than Nunetics. Of course, Nunetics uh, has the advantage that uh, our approach is one to understand Allah's revelation, the Quran, and to look at the fitra, the natural environment, to confirm whatever understanding we think we had. And that's true across the board. So whatever you have to offer, instructor has been very clear so far in his presentation today for us to really value the process that has been established in Nunetics, and for each one of us to take responsibility and do your own research. That's critically important at the juncture we are right now. But just be advised and accept the reminder from your brother. As we move into the 25th semester, it's extremely important for us to step up. Those of us who are instructors, senior instructors, executive senior instructors, it's extremely important for us to step up and really take our responsibilities even more serious than we have in the past, and begin to organize your thoughts, put them in writing, outline them, research even further. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad used to teach his ministers back in the days of the old Nation of Islam. He used to tell us when we prepare for a lecture, for a presentation, to study 10 times the material that we would need to give during that particular presentation. And I practiced that, and it really served me well. So it's the same thing now. You can't over prepare for presenting, whatever you think God's put on your heart to present. So spend the time. An instructor does that all the time. It's obvious. It's evident when each week he takes us, another step, and to the words and to the letters and understanding of the Quran, of the fiqh. So we show appreciation and gratitude by mirroring that type of discipline, to take the time and to use the sources and resources that we have available, and to prepare ourselves, because coming into 2024, the time is upon us. The time is here. It's not distant. It's now, for us to step up to the plate and do our part. There's no way our beloved brother, international instructor, can do it all. So it's time for those of you who are committed to this effort to step up to the plate, and don't be afraid to strike out a time or two. Get maybe just on first base or second base, but just get in the game and be an active player, please. I just want to appeal to you as your brother to step up and do whatever you can to push this effort forward. Your family is depending upon you. Your neighborhood and community, your city, this nation, the world needs what we have to offer. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I just want to share those thoughts with you as we take this few moments to take a short break and let our minds rest and to contemplate. Again, don't just take this for entertainment. Go back and listen to parts 1 and 2, and you'll get deeper and deeper understanding and appreciation. And you'll be involved in that learning process where you learn by having information repeated over and over and over again. Instructor will be back with us in just a few moments. Really want to thank all of those of you who are looking at 37 participants right now. and for you to be present uh, on a Sunday evening when everyone's attention is on, socializing with their family and loved ones. For you to be present in our class certainly says something about your commitment. We want to, coming into January, it's extremely important for us to be aware that we will be, again, we're working diligently to prepare our new platform, and that process is ongoing. But the more you step up, again, a few of you already are doing that, but stay in touch and make yourself available. We're preparing for our seed cast now. We want those of you who are positioned and ready to start putting some finishing touches on your presentations, because very soon, within the next few weeks, we'll be looking at finalizing the technical things that need to be finalized and put in place, so that you will have your own webinar. So again, a few of you have already made that known, that's something that you want to follow up on. So now is the time for that to happen. Be in contact with myself or with Instructor, and we are pulling those pieces together so that we can have an official launch in the very near future. The CCAS are definitely grounded in the Lunetics method, but if you have an interest that's not strictly one of language, then that's welcome as well. It may be a hobby, it may be a health and wellness concern, it could be something that has to do with family, could have something to do with just a number of topics or interests, but the world needs a fresh approach. So whatever you have of uniqueness, to bring to the table, feel free to do it. As an example, I have one of my daughters who's actually a quilter, but she quilts and gets involved in social concerns and interests through the group that she interacts with. So it's a hobby. Started out as a hobby for her, and it's turned into a global business. So I just want to encourage you again, as I pass the talking stick back, international instructor. It's time for us again to step up and to get actively engaged in the Lunetics Institute and the Lunetics Broadcasting Network. So with that, instructor, you got it, bro.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. So خلق الإنسان من علق, and I was just explaining that the basic ideas that are tied into the word insana are actually the two major consonants in the word itself. That is the nun, that would be here in the Arabic with a dot over it. In the transliteration, that would be here after the I, in. And then the second consonant is the sin, that S right there. And this last N, as I told you, is an adaptation that came later. All right. So I was showing you from the writing here, this is the word al-insan. This first part of it is the definite article al. Then there's the aleph, nun, sin, elongated aleph, dagger aleph, and the nun, another N at the end. and you take the definite article L, A-L off of it, that leaves the I-N-S-A-A from that stroke right there. That's a double A sound. And then the final N. And this word is really just a combination of two consonants. That would be the noon with the dot over it and the sin. It looks like the front teeth, right? Your front teeth right there. So here in the English, the L is indicated by this L, khalla al-insan. And then insan is indicated by the I-N. That's the first consonant that you need to worry about. And then the S, which is the sin, the letter sin that you need to worry about. This N here is an adaptation. It's an addition that indicates something further that takes place in the development of those who are called al-insan by Allah. Now, you're not going to understand everything I say every time I say it, the way I say it, the importance or lack of importance that I might be giving to it. Don't worry about all of that. These classes are more for the future of your development than they are for right now. That's why I pile it on. You know, people who know something wild is about to happen in the future, they are what you call preppers. That's the new term right now in society, preppers. Who are the preppers? They're the ones who are having indications that something could go very, very wrong more sooner than later in society, especially as far as the economics are concerned. So preppers, they're the ones to say, whenever I get my check or whenever I get some extra money, I'm going to put it away. Why? Because I'm prepping for, and this is a well-known hadith that tells you to do that. Yeah, you need to start saving during the times of plenty for the times when it ain't going to be that much. We're fastly approaching that level of emergency. When you look at all of the things that are happening in society simultaneously, it's almost as though someone is purposely trying to destroy the world. Forget just America. They're trying to destroy the world. In Christianity, they call it the Antichrist. And if you understand what the true meaning for Christ is, you'll understand what Antichrist is. Antichrist is anyone that's working against the movement in society that Christ represents. And I'm not talking about the white image on the cross with the blue eyes and the blonde hair. I'm not talking about that as Christ. That's a fairy tale that they've sold us. Christ is actually the urge in human nature to grow and express itself until it completes itself as the ideal servant of the Most High Creator. It grows like a seed in the world, in you, in me. And it actually goes from being whatever the word Jesus means into what the word Christ means after it has been abused in the world, after it has been misunderstood in the world. Then Allah allows that frequency to return. And the frequency is what we're calling the Messiah, what the Quran calls El Messiah, what the Jews called El Moshiach, or Moshiach, and what the Christians call the Messiah. But the Messiah that they presented us with is just the mess part of Messiah. They didn't bring the Messiah. They brought a mess to the world, pretending themselves to be the Messiah. They pretend to be Christ and Jesus and God and the Son of Gods and all of these people in the world right now have gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in terms of what they think they are and who they think they think they are contenders with Allah. They think they can blow the light of Allah's revelation out with their mouths, as the Quran says. But Allah said it would be as hard as trying to, blow out the sun. Wisdom from Al Quran. So getting back to the lesson here, created the human being out of a clot of congealed blood. Congealed just means to come together. So don't think about it as something happening in the fetal stages of your development in the womb. Think of congealed as representing the idea of people coming together. See, people becoming gelled, congealed, sharing the same nutrition, see, sharing the same resources, that kind of thing. This is a necessary activity if human beings are going to survive to the point where they can become born again. In the Bible, they asked Jesus a question. They said, well, Jesus, you said that we're going to be born again. He said, how can I be born again? I'm already here. How am I going to be born out of the womb of my mother all over again? And Jesus said to him, nevertheless, you must be born again. Now, Jesus wasn't talking about no going back into his mother's womb and coming back out as a newborn baby. You're talking metaphysically, and I'm speaking metaphysically now. The world is being processed right now. It's being deprogrammed so that it can be reprogrammed into something that Allah did not intend. Whenever you talk about taking a creature that Allah created and programmed with a 4-letter DNA sequence, and you come along with your pseudo-scientific self and say that you have invented a 5th and a 6th genome, a 5th and a 6th letter to accompany the 4 letters that the creator programmed us with. You're a mad scientist if you're talking like that. And they're talking like that. There's some Jewish scientists, and they pride themselves as being Jewish. They tell you that. But they are the ones who have this idea that they can do what God does. Because in their book, they interpret God resting on the 7th day as him resting from his activities as God. And now we have to take over. So right after that statement in Genesis, they put it in Genesis to say, from the mouth supposedly of God, let us make man in our image and likeness. Who is this us? I thought God was one. So you got to know where these sneaky points are that have been inserted into scripture so that during a day like this, when people would become more interested in scripture, in what they call eschatology, the end of days and the signs of the conclusions of things, when people would become more interested in that, they're going to go straight to that same scripture, and they left elements in that scripture that would point back to them. Oh, look what it says here. Let us make man. Maybe this is talking about, Anthony Fauci. Maybe this is talking about Bill Gates. Maybe this is talking about George Soros. They're in charge of the world. They're the ones remaking the world. Maybe God knew to put it in the Bible that these special people were going to be the ones to shape shift the entire world. So when we go to the Bible, we are quick to say, see, the Bible is the truth because what it predicted all these many thousands of years ago is happening right now. Consider this. Maybe what's in the Bible is something that was put in there several thousand years ago and constantly passed down generation to secret generation to secret generation. And then the world itself, through these mind manipulators, through these spiritual connivances, maybe the world itself was manipulated into fulfilling scripture that had been written by the hands of those deviant people. You look at it in the world, you say, that's in the Bible. The beast, the 666. And now I see it in the world. It's Prince Charles. It's whoever you see and you're looking at, oh man, he was born on June 6th, 1966, like Damien, in the Omen. He was born on June 6th, 666. They say that must be Satan. That's how they want you to think. You don't understand the deviants in this world. You don't understand how they operate. They will calculate a thing to fit their exact mathematical plan that they had planned decades ago to bring it into the world, or to at least tell you that they were brought into the world on a particular date, so that your brain will associate those numbers and that date, that numerology, that all of that with this instance or this person that's in the world telling you what to do. That's how this world works. They can lie about it. They don't care. You weren't there when they were born. They'll leave all kinds of signs pointing to stuff that's already in the Bible. So you believe that this is in the Bible. See, the Quran doesn't have to do all of that. It's not concerned with all of that of, if the Quran said this is going to happen, then that's going to happen. And then the third thing will happen after the first and the second thing happen. Those things are throughout the Quran, but that's not the primary focus that Allah is attempting to bring us into. The primary focus that Allah is attempting to bring Muslim Quranic readers into is self-development, so that you grow energetically in the world, because that's what's supposed to be in the leadership seat in the world. Your energetic evolution leading to your return to the original ether substance, which has to be shared by all. So in the end times, there ain't gonna be no black man, white man, Black Lives Matter, Ku Klux Klan. There ain't gonna be none of that. It's slowly dissipating right now because the reality of it has to come into being while we're still on earth breathing, not after we all die. That's not what the Muslims believe. That's not what the Quran teaches. That we're waiting for some grand day when Allah blows a horn and everybody's just drops dead and all of the souls leave the body and they just go up to heaven and all of that and have a party or whatever they're talking about. That's not what's in the Quran. The Quran's preoccupation for us is not death. No, it's what Jesus said in the Bible, to have life and life more abundantly. You Muslims are shouting 5 times a day, Hayya ala salah, Hayya ala falah. What is that Hayya? That's a life. And it's not to prayer. It's ala as-salat, upon the prayer. Come lively, not to the prayer. That would be ilah. Didn't say Hayya ila salat. It said Hayya ala falah. Whoever made that up is speaking about coming lively, but upon the salat. What does that mean? That's going to be in this new book. It is in this new book. Coming lively upon the salat means that the salat becomes your support, whatever salat is. All that means to be on top of something. On top of something. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Highly glorified above all, on top of everything and everyone is Allah. That's what that's saying. Allah, that's what it means. Salamun alaikum, which is what we're saying. Alaykum, it means alaikum if you break it up. That means the peace is upon you. It's up on you as what? As an obligation, as a responsibility. You're responsible for establishing and maintaining the peace. That's all that greeting is saying to you. So, hayya, life coming lively upon the salat, means that the salat is supposed to be a support for you, and you are supposed to be a caretaker of whatever salat is. Just like a man riding a horse, this is where they get it from the fitrah. It's anything that supports something else on its back. Hayya ala salat means that you are up on whatever as-salat is. You're up on it like the rider. You're directing it. Just like you direct the horse, or just like you're in your car, you're in the driver's seat. But the car or the horse or the donkey or whatever the vehicle is, whatever the vehicle is, it's responsible to you also to get you to your destination. But you're responsible to keep the vehicle full of gas, change the oil. You're responsible to keep the donkey or the horse or the camel satiated, with water and food when necessary. So that's your responsibility to the thing that's carrying you. Now, if salat is carrying you, you're responsible to keep the salat maintained. But if you don't know what salat is, if you think it's just a series of robotical, physical, ritualistic movements, then how far have you really come in your understanding of what the Quran is saying? So, created man out of a mere clot of congealed blood. The congealed blood, as I'm saying, is representative of the social nature. This is saying that al-insan is a byproduct of the social nature. The ability in us to be social, the ability in us to expand the soul, the human soul. That's what al-insan is. Al-insan is not your flesh and blood. Al-insan represents the ingredients, the abstract ingredients that Allah is clocking into your fitrah so that you will be a vital source and resource in the world that you're being born into, intellectually, spiritually, psychologically. And in alaq, has also been spoken of as a leech-like clot. Why? Because the alaq is surviving because of its leaching off of some other creature for its blood. For its blood. You see the relationship between the United States government and the Israeli government right now? Well, the Israeli government, in effect, is leeching off of the United States government and the United States economy. It's leeching. And some people are saying that the leeching has become so bad that it's leeching us dry. And you know, blood is also symbolized by money. They call it blood money. Especially when you're extorting somebody, they call it blood money. So the economy is also symbolized by the blood because the economy has to service every part of the society, just like the blood has to eventually service every part of the body. The parts that the blood cannot get to or do not get to or do not get to in enough volume, that problems are not created when the blood doesn't reach particular parts of the body. Even if it's your pinky finger is going to begin to hurt. You're going to get arthritis because it's not being serviced by blood. It doesn't need all of what the heart needs blood-wise, or the lungs, or spleen, or all of these other major organs. But good grief, let the finger get some of it. That's how just Allah is. He said, let the finger get a little bit of the blood. If it doesn't, it might turn white. It might turn painfully red because it's not being serviced in the system. And that's what blood represents. It represents those nutrients, whichever level you see those nutrients on, as being in a position to service the system that we call the social system of humans. So I think that's enough on that. That's what he created us from. That is our default setting as human beings. It's not being beasts of the field. It's not being sex pots and maniacs. It's not being child molesters. That's not the default for humans. I don't want to hear that. Oh, that's just normal for humans to be, humans have been predators, sexual predators for thousands of years. Yeah, maybe from your part of the world, not from where most of us come from. Human beings have learned through social evolution to be more decent than that. And that the decency is clocked into your growth. There are no tyrannical, demonic children born into the world. There's no Damien being born from anybody's womb, as far as I know. Maybe, but not as far as I know. No, there is only human beings being born who need to be socially cultivated because they don't know, like a child doesn't know that he's being a hissy fit and having a hissy fit in front of his mother's company because he wants what he wants. Well, that's human growth and development also, but it doesn't mean the child is going to be a demon. The child is positioning himself, herself for instruction. Don't do that. Look at what Allah says in Al-Fatiha. Ihdina sirat al-mustaqim. Guide us along the straight path. As-sirat al-mustaqim. Then Allah doesn't leave you there. Remember, the Quran is a clear book explaining things in detail. So anytime Allah picks up from the same word that he left off with, that's a teaching moment from Allah for you, the individual. He did it in IQRA. He said, "Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq." Then he picks up from there. خَلَقَ الْإِنسَانَ مِنْ عَلَقٍ. You see that pattern? Well, he does the same thing in Al-Fatiha. اهْدِنَا الصِّرَاطَ الْمُسْتَقِيمَ. As-sirat. Then what's the next line? صِرَاطَ الَّذِينَ. He's telling you what it is. You don't have to go to the scholar. You have to study the words. صِرَاطَ الَّذِينَ أَنْعَمْتَ عَلَيْهِمْ. The way of those who have been held responsible for the growth of their own civilized behavior. Oh, what a translation that is. That's mine. I'm giving you the gist, not the word for word. But if you want the word for word, Surat al-Ladina, the Surat of those specific ones who, and Amta, that's from the word Ni'mah, Naim, Ni'mah. Ni'mah means to become soft like animal wool or leather. Those animals that are soft to the touch, not the porcupine, not the prickly creatures, not the skunk that when you try to touch him, he's going to blast you with, with that poison perfume of his. No, we're talking about animals that are soft to the touch, two qualities, soft to the touch and can be domesticated. Listen to that again. 2 points. And Amta alayhim that have had the ni'mah upon them as a responsibility. Remember? And Amta alayhim. Alayhim is the same as alayha, is the same as ala that we were just discussing. It being upon this entity as a responsibility, as a reciprocal responsibility. You are responsible to it to get you to where you need to be, and it is responsible for you to get it to where you need to be. But you got to take care of it along the way. So Allah is saying that this ni'mah is a responsibility upon this human soul, this human nature, this softness. You're responsible for the growth and the evolution of that soft quality, the quality in you that can be educated. That's all it's saying by using the phrase ni'mah or na'im and na'ma and el na'am, the cattle. You know, that's the sixth surah of the Quran. El na'am, they're all related words. So this is the path. The path is not the path of savages and terrorists, Muslims. You lock yourself out of the gate of paradise with that behavior and that thinking. He's telling you, Allah Most High is telling you what as-sirat al-mustaqim is. Sirat al-ladina, the way of those specific ones who have done this particular thing in the past. So research the past in order to know who those people are and why they have been established in that excellence by Allah. Because it's speaking in the past tense. It's the way of those who did this in the past. So examine the past, look for those people who have been successful at being civilized. How about the Moors, the Muslim Moors who went into Spain and civilized that land and taught them how to grow and how to bathe and how to be in cooperation with Jews and Christians, the rabbis, the Christians, the Muslim leaders, the Imam, all of them were operating as one in ancient Spain called Andalusia. Go read the history for yourself. The Jews write in their own scholarly books that they have never had a better time in history than when Muslims were in charge of their society in Spain. They said, not even amongst our own leaders, our own Jewish rabbis and leaders, we haven't had this kind of success and this kind of justice in society. Only when the Muslims got in charge did we have this kind of justice in society and this kind of even Steven exchange of information. They weren't trying to hide the sciences. They were sharing the sciences. They weren't trying to hide their industry. They showed us how to build waterways and fountains that are still in existence. This was the what, the 11th century? When did they go into Spain? Whenever they went into Spain. 711, I think, is when they went into Spain. They ruled Spain, I know this, for at least 700 straight years. The Muslims led the Christians and the Jews in Spain for better than 700 years. Some say almost 1,000 years before the Spanish Inquisition was sparked by devious people who didn't want to see that kind of union in play and in place. Muslims weren't going around trying to get the Jews and the Christians to take no shahada. They were satisfied with the Jews believing what they believe and just be good people and follow your scripture. And Christians follow what Jesus said for you to do as guidance. They weren't around there trying to hit no Christian in the head and take shahada like we do with many of our family members. I can't come see you, grandma, until you take shahada. I can't even eat dinner with you. I ain't coming to your house for no Christmas dinner. I don't celebrate no pagan holidays. Are you talking to their grandmother? You know? So you got to be smart in how to handle these things. I told my wife, I said, well, I know, you got Christian friends and Christian relatives, and they're asking you, are you going to do dinner on that day they call Christmas Day? I said, well, make it easy on yourself. Tell them, no, you'll do it the day after. You'll make a dinner or lunch or something the day after, and you won't call it a Christmas dinner or a Christmas breakfast. Like, well, why you got to call it a Christmas something? It's food. Yeah, I'd be happy to have, a meal with you, family member or close friend or job person on my job, coworker. I'd be happy. We all off on Monday, okay. Even if we got together on Monday, I'm not. Don't look for me to. It's not. You're not. You come to my house. You're not gonna see no tree, no Christmas tree. You're not gonna see no jingle bells and big old Santa Claus. You're not gonna see all that. But what you will see is an effort to get to know you better, cousin, uncle, coworker, boss, whoever you're inviting to your house. Just don't be around there singing no Christmas songs and talking about asking people, what did Santa Claus bring you? Don't come asking my children about no stuff about what did Santa, they all grown now. They know better. What did Santa Claus bring? See, he brought me Alice Salam. I knew. Give him credit for that. You know, these are schemes that are operating through the language. I told you that Iblis represents the co-opting of language, the co-opting and manipulation of human communication that we call speech. We ask a person in Spanish, habla español, do you speak Spanish? Hable, habla, habla, obelisk, balasa, iblis. They're all related words. Iblis represents a particular speaking modality, energetic language as a focus for manipulating human nervous systems around the world. Now, does that mean Iblis is evil? Not at all. He's no more evil than your reptilian brain. You're thinking because it's a reptile. It operates like a reptile subtly, through suggestions, you think it means that it's evil. No, nothing that Allah has created has He created it to be evil. I'm going to let you chew on that one till the next time we meet because I know what you're thinking. What about Shaitan? Allah didn't create Shaitan. You did. Where in the Quran where Allah said He created Shaitan? He's a product of your imagination and your connivances based on what you were going after. You thought you could create. Say, let us make man in our image, after our intention, after our greedy desires. We're going to create a mindset that's going to cater to these lower suggestions that we want to bring into the world. But Allah didn't create you like that. He said, لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. Certainly, we have created, there's that guy again, al-insana, fi in ahsani. Oh man, exponential excellence, taqweem, symmetry, balance, cohesion, sobriety, taqweem, qama, qiyam, standing up, ability to rise upon a balanced symmetry. You're not running around like the animals on all fours. You're on two legs. That's qama, qiyam. Balance on both sides. I got the same amount of weight on the left side as I have on the right side. Symmetry. So don't tell me nothing about no Darwin and humans being created from apes. And the first ape that came out of evolution was the African ape, because that's why we look so much like apes. The black folks look like. This is their hypothesis. They're making fun of us when they say that kind of stuff. And man doesn't become civilized until he reaches the white man status. If you go into the Museum of Natural History, you see it. He's going from apes, knuckle dragging apes, and then as he gets older and older in history, after millions of years or whatever, Then he's got a brownish skin with a bunch of fur on his body. And then all of a sudden he loses the fur and he becomes the European. What kind of foolishness is that? That's what they have sold the world. So that's why Allah has to say, Siratal Ladina an'amta alayhim. It's the way of those who have accepted the process of true evolution, human evolution, as their responsibility. Don't you have to civilize your children as they continue to grow under your roof? You have to teach them manners, decency, dignity. You run around the house with no clothes on. You can't run out the door like that, son. You did that when you were, 1.5 years old. That's not acceptable at the age you are now. Saying just anything out your mouth when you're in the supermarket. My mother would pop me in my lips if I said something that she knew I knew was wrong. You have to civilize humans coming up under you and after you. It's not an automatic conversion in the mind. Oh, I'm older now. I guess I'll be civilized. No, people have to teach you to be civilized. You can be decent, but upon the platform and foundation of decency, you are then taught what it means to be civil in that particular environment that you're growing up in, because it could change. This could mean civilization in one, for some people, in Muslim countries, a lot of Muslim countries, if you eat with a knife and a fork and a spoon, they think something's wrong with you. You're supposed to eat with the fingers, the right hand, the two fingers of the right hand and the thumb. And there are people, they'll slap your hand at the table. Matter of fact, it won't be a table. They'll slap your hand on the mat that they've laid down for you to eat on with the rest of the Muslims. And they'll say, ahi, ahi. And they'll see that as being uncivilized, that you're not eating with the fingers of your right hand. See, so that's going to be situationally based, this level of civilization. What is civilization called in the Quran? Let's do a little bit more consonantal connections. S-V-L, civil. I know they spell it with a C, but I told you there's no such thing as a C. Listen to the sound. Sa, va, la, civil, civilize. Let me see who the first one is who can guess it. Open up your phone and tell me what Quranic word, if you just change one of those syllables.
Sabil.
Thank you, Kareem Abdul Salam. Boy, y'all are quick on the trigger now. I'm loving this. Oh man, I asked Allah for this kind of sharpness in all of you, and it's coming slowly but surely. Yes. So civil is from the Quranic word sabil. And Kareem, while I have you, what does sabil mean?
Sabil means path.
Yes. Now, what other word did I use moments ago that I said also is to be translated as path? It's in Al-Fatiha.
Surat.
Yeah. All right. Now I want one person to give me what the difference is between those two paths. One is sabil. The other one is sirat. All right. Kareem, speak.
Yes, Sabil is a horizontal path, and the Surat is an upward path.
Yeah. To some of your computers. Okay. Now, so the sabil is a horizontal path, and the sirat is an upwards path. See? Sirat al-mustaqim. Mustaqim means to rise up. And the sabil is the horizontal path, what I like to call the social path. See, when you walk in the manner that other people participating in society are walking, you're going to eventually run into another human being like you. See, when you're going up in the path there, like the rocket ship, you ain't gonna necessarily run into another person like you. You'll run into higher experiences that you need to learn from, right? But when you're going horizontal, from left to right or from right to left, keep walking. You're going to run eventually into another human being. That's what makes it the social path. And when you start treating those people badly, It's what takes it from being a social path into you being a sociopath because you don't know how to manage your soul. You don't know how to manage your own life in conjunction and connection with other human beings like yourself. So you become a sociopath instead of walking a social path. The dictionary describes sabil as a road or a path that necessarily has a fountain along the way of that path. In other words, it has to be a road where you can stop and replenish your thirst. When you become thirsty on a road like that, especially in the desert. So you choose a route that has a water fountain or some type of water source along the way. That's so beautiful when you understand what this horizontal path is. That means that when you're engaging other people in the social world, you're supposed to do it with an acute recognition of emotional and moral needs of the people who you engage. The emotions represent water. Moral thinking represents water that keeps you clean as a life form. So you're supposed to look for a road that has that as its attachment, a water source. I mean, you're not supposed to just engage people and not be considerate of their feelings or their emotions or how they grew up or what they know and what they might not know. You don't go this bossing them around because you know more than they do. And you're not supposed to go as some moral pretender. I'm better than you. I'm from high society. We don't rub elbows with the commoners. You're not supposed to go and see. Allah is teaching you the most excellent form of sophisticated, oh man, civilization, civilized thinking. That's sabil. Sirat is the upwards path. That's why it has the same consonantal sounds as the English word star. See, the STR. In Sirat, it's the SRT. So study the stars. Stars rise up. They become mustaqim. They rise and then they fall. That's the star. Well, that's the Sirat. El Sirat al Mustaqim. It's beautiful when you understand it. And that's, like I said, that's the travel modality of the stars. They rise and they set. We use the same language for the stars that we use for the sun, which is the ultimate star in our galaxy. It rises and it sets. It's a star, R-S-U-N. It's a star among billions of others like itself that are not in our galaxy. This universe is so fantastic. Huh? Yeah. All right, let's continue. Be patient tonight. Okay. Third ayah of Surah 96, where Allah repeats the word IQRA. Whenever Allah repeats a word, pay attention. Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. Khalaqa, he repeats it. Khalaqa al-insana min alaq. Alaq means an attaching substance. An attaching substance. It doesn't mean a clot of blood in the physical, biological sense. It means anything that attaches itself to something else in order to support its own life. And I gave you the example of the Israeli USA experience. They're actually both alaqing off of each other, but the greater blood is being sucked by Israel. And you know, you can give so much blood until your own body becomes weak. If you go to the blood donor place, they're only going to take a certain amount of pints of blood. They're going to take blood from you till you can't get up and walk and drive. They're not going to rob you of your blood like that. But that's what's happening to America right now between the Ukraine and Israel. We're about to fall dead if this stuff continues. And I'm saying that facetiously right now, but I'm all dead serious at the same time. We have some serious emergency situations, some dire situations in front of us right now that has to be addressed. And I'm not trying to paint one over the other as the boogeyman and all that. Everybody's got a little boogeyman issue in their closet. What I'm saying, though, is that in the face of the world, what is being done in this day and time now, particularly to the Palestinian people of Gaza, is criminally insane. But it's not the only place in the world where this kind of travesty is taking place, has been taking place, and continues to be taking place. When it was South Africa, the media made it an issue so that the pressure against those leaders in South Africa, Botswana, and those places, I believe Botswana is South Africa, in those places, the pressure became so much on them that they had to change, because people change when they think people are watching them. Some people aren't willing to change until they believe people are watching them, because the human being has been created by Allah with a moral compass. Whether they want to recognize it or not is another thing. But if you put enough pressure on a human being, moral pressure, man, oh man, your spine won't be able to take it, and they'll have to change. Now, I don't want to keep harping on what's happening overseas when there are moral and emotional issues that are happening right here at home that we are not dealing with. We're not addressing it. In fact, we use those issues to kind of gliss over the issues that are right in front of us here at home. And what's the first issue that we should be addressing as individuals? We should be addressing the issues that are serving to decimate our family life, beginning with the concept of what a family is in the first place. Don't you know we've allowed them to bomb that to smithereens? They're talking about some alternative family. There's no more family as mother, father, child, or children. No more father. No more household, mother and father. The father has, on the most part, been taken out of the house. The mother, on the most part, has been put to work so that she can't supervise the lives of her young, growing children. She's got to leave that to the schools and to the nursery places and, the local community centers and all of that, where our children learn to smoke dope and all, all kinds of stuff out there. We leave it to the streets to raise our children because we got to work. We got to pay the rent. We have to pay the car note. We have to pay for food and, all of that. So they have systematically destroyed the family. This is no accident. And then they say, okay, now nature abhors a vacuum. So since there's no father in the house, we'll just put another woman in there as the father. And I'm not trying to be disparaging in terms of my comments towards the lesbian community or the gay or whatever. I'm not trying to be disparaging. I'm trying to point out an issue that is creating a real brain drain on America and on the Western world. No daddy? Go watch the movie called Claudine. No daddy in the home? And she found a father figure for her children. And the welfare system said he can't be there. Or we're going to cut off your food stamps. We're going to cut off this. We're going to cut off that. We can walk up into your house at any time we please. We don't have to tell you we're coming. And if we find a man in that house, you're going to be denied these food stamps. You're going to be denied these services. That's American economy telling you that. So they have us stuck on slave masters in the guise of food stamps and welfare benefits and all of these different things that then cause a lot of people to become hopeless in terms of their own ability to work, helpless, and also lazy. Now we can get a job, but this is too easy. We can just get a check every week from the government. Then the government becomes your father. The government becomes the daddy of the children. We know these things. We've been talking these things for the past 50 years. Don't want to work because the money and the food coming from the government is too easy. But there's no man in the house. And I can't trust no man. The last man I had, he turned his back on me. He turned his back on his children. I don't trust men anymore. So I need friends. I'm going to find a friend in this female who's so nice to me And before you know it, there's some relationship going on there. And I ain't mad at him. The man, he's the one who messed up his own image. He's got to fix that. He became irresponsible. He became a jet setter. He became a player. He became one who wasn't satisfied with his wife, even after having children with her. And he began to fool around behind her back and all of the rest of that. And, you know, they say the rest is history. So she became more infatuated by the conversation and the safety she felt around a female, and that turned into a physical relationship. Because the flesh, as I said last week, it is perfectly satisfied in the company of flesh like itself. It doesn't have to be the same gender. Flesh is biology. It's all the same instincts, same you know, everything that's connected to the flesh, the same need in that second chakra, the same need to replicate itself. And it's not intelligent enough to know that I can't replicate my image through another gender like myself. The flesh, it ain't that smart like that. That's your mind that knows that. Your body doesn't know that. Your body only knows flesh. You know, you got some people out here having sex with dogs and horses. Sorry to be that gross, but I know most of you know that already. Because the flesh that you call your human flesh, it could care less if the mind becomes polluted and retarded and the emotions become off center. And you're just working with the biology, with the instincts that are clocked into the flesh. The flesh says that's flesh. I probably can do something with that. If I can't do anything else, I know I can at least feel good. Remember Moses in the Quran? He said, I perceive a fire. And he went toward the fire. He said, I might be able to get some guidance from the fire. He said, or I can probably just, you know, bring back a burning brand, you know, something we can warm our hands. So that's the human nature. It doesn't assign lofty connections to everything that it comes in contact with. When you understand what I'm giving you right now, you're going to actually be in charge of almost inventing a whole new level of science, fitra-based science. We won't be the only ones, but we'll be in the front of that classroom. Trust me when I tell you that. Let's continue. So IQRA wa rabbuka al-akram. So it mentions Rab again here. So that means that Rab is operating in the human system on two complementary levels. I told you what those levels were in the class when I was discussing involution and evolution. And I told you that the term Rab represents both. The first level that brings objects into the created world is called involution. Study that on your own. When a thing comes out of involutionary stages of development, which are invisible to us in this realm, just like you can ask the question, where did the baby come before it was delivered out of the womb of the mother? Once the sperm got in contact with the ovum, you couldn't see all of that. That was invisible. What was the force that led the sperm to the ovum? What kind of momentum was that? What was pushing that sperm tail like a serpent towards the ovum? Pushing a moving object towards a still object or a stationary object, the ovum. See, this is fitra. There are things that do this in the fitra. You do it every time you circle the Kaaba and kiss the black stone. Black stone is stationary, but here you are going all the way around the Kaaba counterclockwise until you get to the stone, and then you kiss it just like the sperm kisses the the ovum. The only difference is that process brings you into new life. Kissing a black stone brings you into a new form of paganism. Oh, he's starting trouble again. Are y'all hearing him at the mosque? You hearing this guy? Oh, I got a link to send you, Imam. He said that the Hajj is pagan. I'm not the first one to say it. You know who the first one to say that the Hajj is a pagan rite? The first one to say it was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He tells you in the Quran about the whistling and the clapping of hands while circumambulating the house. Allah told you that was pagan. There's nothing in the Quran that tells you to do that. Nothing in the Quran that supports that ritual, that mindless ritual. It's a mindless ritual. Oh, this is one guy we have to learn to hate. We love him because he's a nice guy and he teaches nice and he knows some things that we learned some things from him. But what he's saying now, he's trying to actually dismantle the system of Islam. No, I'm trying to dismantle the fake, phony, fictitious system of what they labeled Islam. We're supposed to be practicing al-Islam, definite article, Islam. And the only reason we're not doing that is because they have assigned fake, phony, fictitious meanings to these words that you think are Quranic words, when in fact they were born out of ancient Persia. They were born out of Hinduism. Some of them are born out of Buddhism. Many of them are concepts out of ancient Zoroastrianism, of ancient Iran, the ancient Persians. Much of the language and the concepts and the rites and the rituals that we are following as Muslims, 90-something% of them are foreign agents operating within our deen. And thank Allah, the deen has been so strong a force in the world that it has actually been able to survive all of that. But it's choking to death right now, Deen al-Islam. And they have something. I told you some things during the beginning of the COVID era. I said, when all is said and done, there are going to be two major enemies in the world that Shaitan is going to see himself as having to demolish. And he's going to try to do it in the most sophisticated and clever way possible. I told you that those two forces were, first and foremost, the African American who has accepted Islam and become a Muslim. I told you they were going to set your targets on those people. And like clockwork. Don't you know, just recently, they said that it was some African-American Muslim who was advocating for the overthrow of certain aspects of city and municipal government, and they were going to do it through violence. So as soon as you get a news piece out into the public like that, what happens is that the FBI, the CIA, and all of those other alphabet corporations and companies, they begin to set their target on Muslims of African-American descent. And this is not the first time they've done it. They've been playing with that idea for maybe at least 5 to maybe 10 years already, but they don't know exactly how to angle it to not cause a major upset with African-American Muslims who they know they can't deport. They can lock you up. So they have to get you to buy into an ideology of terrorism, an ideology of who the enemy is, the enemy Christians, the enemy Yahuds, the Jews, the enemy government. They did it during the Black Power movement. They just said, people, these people, power to the people against the government. And many of us went up against not us, I wasn't in that. Many people who look like us went up against the government and lost their lives. Some of them right there on the prison grounds tried to take over a major prison and got slaughtered. So this is the mindset that they want us in. When we die, we're going to go to heaven. So it doesn't matter if we die. Let's just get as many of them as we can while we're here. Is that really what the Quran advocates? Allah even said that if you're in a war with a people and they lay down the burden of that war, they give up. They say, I want peace. Do you know that you as a Muslim fighter in that army, you're supposed to immediately cease and desist? Talking about a ceasefire. Allah invented the ceasefire, and not just the ceasefire. Allah said, scrap the whole thing. If they stop fighting you, you are supposed to immediately give up the burden of war, according to the Quran. And you're not even supposed to go to war unless you're aggressed upon. Not because you heard they're coming to get you. You have to have clear proof that they are aggressing upon you. You have to know, okay, we got some lookouts and here they come with their tanks and with their heavy guns and with their, okay, well, we better be ready for these people. That's how our prophet was. He didn't fight against anybody preemptively. He didn't say, you know what, I think they're going to attack us 2 weeks from now. Let's get them now. Or worse than that, as they're doing now, if we let these babies of theirs grow up, they're going to be our new enemies. We'll be older and they'll be of the age of warfare and strength. So let's kill their babies now. That's what's going on in the world right now. And that's the typical Zionist mindset. We don't care. It doesn't matter to us that we're slaughtering women and children. If we let the women live, they're going to have more of these babies. And if we let these babies live and grow up, they're going to be our next enemies with much more energy and muscle than we have as we continue to grow older. So let's get this thing done now. Let's wipe out the whole lot of them. Not realizing that as they continue to wipe out those Palestinians, they're creating more terrorists. Who's going to love you after that? You're conditioning the very DNA of those people to be against you for as long as they have breath in their lungs. Ikra wa rabbuka al-akram. What is akram? Gives us the word karim, like the brother who spoke a little while ago and gave the answer. Akram, that is the infinitive form of karama, meaning that he was one who gave a lot, one who was generous, one who was bountiful. It says that Allah is not just karim. Allah is akram. See, same form as akbar. You can hear it in the pronunciation. Learn to listen. That's what the Quran is. It's frequency waves. Right? Wa rabbukal akram. Akbar. It's the superlative in terms of comparatives, how things are compared. So it's not just one who gives, it's one who gives so much that you can't beat the Rabb. You can't beat your Rabb for giving, for how he gives and allows for advancements in your evolution. Your schools can't compare with him. See? Your community centers are where you're letting your children go after school and on the weekends and learn martial arts and all that. They can't compete with the generosity of the Rabb, because the Rabb is Akram, Akram. And you know, they say that cream always rises to the top. That's Akram. Yeah. Likes to stay on top of things. All right. Ayah 4. الذي علم بالقلم. This is the part I really want to talk about. And then we'll do the 5th and we'll be through for tonight. الذي, the specific one. علم, who taught. Ilm is from that same root. Alama. This is allama with a shadda, a doubling of the L sound. And whenever you find a shadda, it means that this thing is taking place not once, not twice, but continuously. The shadda is a strengthener of whatever that letter means. And it's over the letter lam or L. And L is the definitive letter that represents shepherding, leading the way, going to or towards a destination. Alhamdulillah, Allah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. That li, that L, that lam means to go to or towards Allah. Alhamdu, the praise goes to or towards Allah. The praise is not Allah. The praise goes in the direction of Allah. So Allah is not Alhamd. That's not one of his attributes. So he is the one, the specific one, who continuously taught. How? Bi al-qalam, by or with the pen. And this is not the physical pen that you buy at the pen store. This is the pen. Oh, this is going to be so beautiful. When you get those books in the mail, the second volume of the Salat, you're going to see this in pictures. But think about the writing pen. And you know that the standard writing pen began as a quill. with a feather attached. It's beautiful symbolism. A quill, like a bird's beak almost. And they would dip it in the ink and it would have a nice plume. They call it a plume, right? They call the pen in Spanish la pluma. It's a plume, it's a feather, a bird feather. Bird represents spirituality, things that can fly high above our heads. That's what you're supposed to be writing with, those kinds of ideas. Lofty ideas, not low down smut ideas. Lofty ideas. Allah says he taught us with the pen. If you look at the standard modern day pen, it might be lying horizontal on your desk, but when it comes time for you to use it, it becomes vertical, doesn't it? You have to stand the pen up in order to use it. You can't use it in its horizontal positioning. You have to make it at least semi-vertical for you to begin writing on the paper or scratching, etching into a surface or into papyrus or whatever, right? So what is this pen? The English word pen also alludes to the number 5. The English-speaking people just put the T at the end of it and they called it pent. Like pentagon, that's a 5-sided, right? Object. Pentagram, 5-sided star. So pen and pent came to also represent 5. And we know that 5 is typically used when discussing the 5 basic senses that humans occupy. So now let's look a little deeper. So what did Allah teach the human being by way of? The 5 basic senses. That's what's teaching us. That's where all of the information coming into the conscious mind, that's where it begins. And then it hits you in the nervous system, which is represented by what? The central nervous system represented by the spine and the spinal cord. That's your pen. Your skull connected to your spine and your spinal cord that registers frequencies upon your nervous system, your central nervous system, registering the messages that are coming into your 5 basic senses. That's el-qalam. You might say, give me more proof, instructor. Okay. Think about the English word column, C-O-L-U-M-N. What is a column? It's a pillar. It's a pillar. And the pillar is not going to do you any good if it's laying horizontal, is it? Just like the pen won't do you any good if it's laying horizontal, dormant. The pen has to be standing erect or upright, and the column has to be standing erect and upright. And what is the column doing? It's actually connecting the floor of the room with the ceiling of the room. That's a column. If it doesn't go all the way up to the ceiling, it's not a true column. It's something that's just wasting space if it's not performing that particular task. It has to be connected to the floor. It can't be just connected to the ceiling and, inches off of the floor. It is no good. Somebody can come and push it over, kick it over. A column has to be connected from above and below. Oh, how beautiful this is. That's you. You're supposed to be connected to what's above. What's above? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's what Allah created you from. Something that is supposed to have connectivity between your earthly concerns and your heavenly concerns, your spiritual concerns that connect you directly with your Rabb so that he can continue evolving you up and along his sirat al-mustaqim, as-sirat al-mustaqim. This is so beautiful when you understand it. I'm telling you. I feel like Ray Charles, he used to have those pictures where he used to just hug himself. Yeah, sometimes I just feel like hugging myself. If you were here, I'd hug you. Y'all know when we see each other, we hug each other all the time because we know what this is. This is so beautiful. Hard to even explain in a non-academic setting, just talking to people. This is hard to explain the value of what we're discussing and exchanging. So remember, it's an exchange. So we have the pen, 5 senses. He taught by use of the 5 senses. He taught you by use of the energies that run up and down your nervous system connected to your spine your central nervous system, the spine, the spinal cord. Now, remember now, this is where the chakric energies are registering also. So could it be that when Allah says, الذي علم بالقلم, and we're looking at that column now as being the spinal column, as they call it, that Allah is saying that he's teaching us by way of our chakra system of energies and its movement, its ebbs and flows. I never heard that. That's more of a reason why you should believe it, because you never heard it before. Remember, this is the day of Warithin, the new introduction of knowledge. The Heru being brought to you through Hira. And now it's here for you. It's here. It's not there. It was there, but now it's here where you are. Here is right in front of you. There is, it's over there. It could be in a whole nother room. It's over there in the corner of the other room. But no, I'm saying it's here. You're supposed to be able to see it when I say it's here. Yeah. And you better hurry if you're going to get some of this, because it's going out now to the world. Hurry means put some priority on your movement. Now, it means move now. See? The first thing that needs to be done, first thing you need to do is get here now. They're giving it away. Get here now. I can't save you a spot. You got to come down here, claim your seat, claim your prize. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Now, the pen, the spinal column, the chakra system, he taught you by use of that, and he is constantly teaching you through the usage of your spinal columns, chakric energies. Allama, teaching you continuously. There's no end to the knowledge that is being established in your psychic makeup. There's no end to it based on this word right here. Allama. Ayat 5. He repeats that word, right? Allama al-insana ma'lam ya'lam. He taught, and now we know to say he continuously taught all along the human being's growth and evolution. Allah is constantly evolving us, bringing us out of involution, out of our weak stages, our invisible stages, stages where we needed to learn what to do, when to do, how to do. He brings us out of that into sure-footed knowledge that we can use practically in the world. Allama al-insana ma lam ya'lam. So beautiful. Listen to this. That he taught the human being that which he knew not, but this literally means that which he not only did not know, but could not have known. Did not have, he didn't know it. Lam is past tense for negative. No, he didn't know this. He taught the human being. Ma means that which. Lam is speaking to that which he did not know. Malam ya'lam. This is such a beautiful thing, because Allah is using the word lam, which means he did not. Lam yalid wa lam yulad, but it's past tense. Let me show you a beautiful design that Allah put in this last ayah here. And that's the word, the prefix ya, ya'lam. Ya is present and future tense. Isn't that something? Ya as a prefix means that this thing is not being done now, neither will it ever be done in the future. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He did not, see? He was never a baby, nor did he ever give birth. Yeah, he did not give birth to any gods. He did give no birth to no baby Jesus or nothing like that. And he himself was never a baby Jesus or a baby Heru or a baby, Huey or whatever. He wasn't any of that. Allah does not have age and time to dictate his circumstances. But here, he says, Ma'lam ya'lam, that he taught the human being what he did not know in the past, but also will never know now and in the future. But then he still says lam and relegates all of it to the past. It means you need to consider this as though it has already happened. It ain't gonna never happen. That you're gonna learn something that Allah didn't teach you, or that the Rabb did not evolve you into as an understanding and historical understanding. All of the knowledge that is in the world right now that we continue to study is as a product of Allah's mercy and generosity, his akram. All of it, no matter what you're learning, no matter what field of knowledge you're investigating, there's a Rabb supervising over all of it and securing your interest in that knowledge and straightening out the weaknesses in that knowledge. And all we are obligated to do is be sincere. That's all we're obligated to do. Just be sincere. Be for real. Like that Teddy Pendergrass and Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes song said, be for real. Boy, he pleaded his heart out to that woman. Would you just stop fooling around and jiving me and talking crazy? Be for real. I can deal with you if you would just be for real. Be honest. Be truthful. That's all Allah is asking us to do. Be for real. So much for those first 5 verses. Now look at the essential letters that make up the word qara'a. Again, the qaf, the ra, the alif. Look at what it means according to Lane's Lexicon Dictionary. To recite, to read. Now remember now, these are the meanings that scholars gave to it. To compile, a compilation. Look here, this is the one I gave you, collection. It means to collect. That's what IQRA means. To gather, collect. What are you collecting? Levels of energy. Then they say reading, recitation, explanation, study, investigation. The root word qara'a did not originally mean to read. It meant to collect. Peasants, as existed in the time of Muhammad the Prophet, were not adept at reading. The average person in that society didn't know anything about academic reading and writing as such. They were not an academic society like the Jews were, particularly the Jews of Medina. They were scholarly people. They were people, they called them people of the ink. How about that? Because they used to write so much that ink would most of the time be seen on their hands. They wrote that often, that ink would just spill onto their hands, and they became noted for that. Scholarly people, the Jews, the Yahud, they called them. So the Muslims, those new Muslims, were not as academic as the Jews. They were an agricultural and trading society, listen closely, of mostly nomadic tribes people. This is what the initial Muslims were, who were being invited to al-Islam through this new revelation coming to Muhammad the Prophet. They, as a people, were mostly agricultural, as we mentioned, agriculture, and trading or economic people. They would take their agriculture to the market and they would trade it for other things that they needed and didn't have. Those were the 2 major areas of concern for this budding group of Muslims in the world. Now, if you had to attach 2 of the 4 elements to these 2 ideas, agriculture and trading, let me hear from Abdul Salam again. Kareem Abdul Salam. Open up your phone if you can.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me which one of the 4 basic elements agriculture and trading are connected to.
Agriculture would be the air. Trading would be water as in economics.
Okay. You're 1 out of 2.
Okay.
So agriculture,
It's earth. Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
The earth or the land. So in elemental terms, this would be land and water. Trading is economics. Economics is symbolic through the term water. Water
Yeah.
means economics, right? Okay. The cash flow, right?
Right.
Yeah. Putting your money in the bank, as in river bank. Yeah. Now, I'm trying to explain to everybody how these concepts are connected directly to Allah's fitrah. So this means that the language of the Quran itself, very important point here, the language, the very language of the Quran was revealed in agricultural and trading terms, agricultural and economic terms in most of the Quran that you're going to read. What a major advantage I just gave you by the help of Allah for understanding the Quran. It means no matter where you turn the page and whatever surah and ayah you're reading, it is more than likely going to be related to agriculture or economics. Now, why is that so important? And how does that outweigh the other 2 elements, which would be what, Kareem?
It would be air.
Yep, air.
Mhm. And the other is slipping my mind right now.
No, there's only 4. Take your time. You gave me water and land. Now you
Right.
just gave me air, and there's only 1 left. Think about one of my favorite musical groups called Earth,
Fire.
Wind.
Yeah,
There you
wind,
go.
fire. Yeah, fire.
Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, thank you.
Man,
Okay,
blank on me.
it's all right. It happens from time to time,
Yeah.
especially when I'm teaching for hours. It happens, just you go blank, and as soon as you hang up, you go, "Oh man, I knew what the answer." It doesn't matter. All right, so you can close your phone now unless I call on you again. All right. So
Fire.
thank you, late one. I love
I was
y'all, man.
trying, I had a problem with the phone. I was trying to
Yeah, I
get
know.
to say fire.
You must be making a long distance. It took a long time for that answer to get through your phone. I know. You said it maybe 2 minutes ago, and it just got to me. I understand. I'm messing with you, Sarika. All right. But you're absolutely correct. Fire. Correct answer. Okay. All right. Now, look at the beauty in what you're learning right now. Look at how Allah's coupling these now. He's giving you agriculture and trade as the trademark elements of the Quran, as the 2 out of 4. Another part of the Quran says that Allah created you in 2 measures. But these are 2 out of 4 basic elements that create and permeate the universe itself. And the 2 elements that the Quran is concentrating on in terms of giving us information. Again, agriculture, land, trade, water, economics, keeping the flow of trade open, right? Now, Kareem, another question. No, let me ask Shafika. Let me see if you know this one. You ready, Shafika?
Yes.
What are the 2 elements that I told you Adam was made of? And I know there are others now itching to get in, chomping at the bit, as it were. All right, let me open up real quick. I know there's gonna be a lot of shouting and screaming, but try not to speak too
Wa-
loud. Say it again.
Water,
Yeah.
water, and fire.
Okay, who was that?
Shafika.
You said water and fire?
Yes.
That Adam was made of?
Yes.
No, it doesn't say that
Water
Adam
and
was
Only
made.
land.
one.
All right,
Water and land.
there you go. Stop there. That's Wally speaking.
Yes.
Okay, stop there. Don't anybody else speak.
You said
Ye-
water and land?
Water and land. Now, how
Okay,
do
I
we?
knew one was water. That's
Okay,
right.
now see, this is why I have to question like this, so I can make the corrections on what you might not have understood. Okay, so what does Allah say Adam was made from?
Clay, mud.
Yeah, clay or mud. Yeah, both, are acceptable. So what is clay? What is mud?
Clay and water.
Water and
Water
water and
and earth.
land mixed together.
Yeah, yeah. It's earth, it's land, but the land has been conditioned by moisture.
Water.
Yeah, so if you don't add the moisture to the clay, you're not going to be able to shape it, right? You're not going to be able to mold it. If it's just dry, you won't be able to do anything with it. So although Allah says he created you min teen, he created Adam min teen from shapeable clay, you have to be swift enough upstairs to put together that, well, start asking yourself questions. What makes it shapeable clay? What is it in the clay that makes it the kind of object that can be molded into different types of shapes? If I'm a
Water.
person, yeah, it has to be water, although Allah doesn't say water right there. He says he created all life from water. He does say that in a different part of the Quran, but we have to put these puzzle pieces together. So it's not just clay like land or dirt or soil per se, but now the soil has to have added to it the element of moisture or water content. So it's not just the land as a dry element, it's the land as it is being conditioned by water. So land is agriculture. Water is economics.
So many things.
You just, I know, I could feel your brain. I could feel you thinking on that from here. Because you can have land, and if you don't have any moisture, you're not going to get any growth. And you can be a materialist and not have any interest in moral principles. And you're going to be just as dead as that dry soil.
Mhm.
And that's what
That's right.
creates a George Soros and a Bill Gates. They are dry land without moisture. Then what does Allah say out of the mouth of Iblis that Iblis, is made of?
Fire.
Fire.
Okay. Now, does Allah say fire and air?
No.
Okay, but what happens if fire does not have oxygen?
It
It
can't
won't-
burn.
Can't burn.
Nope.
All right. So he's saying it without saying it.
Right.
Just like in saying thin, clay, he's saying land mixed with water without having to say water. You have to be studying on that level to figure that one out, as Instructor Bilal did. And it's not that difficult. Just think about the thing Allah is talking about. He said it's fully detailed.
So Shaitan will burn out eventually.
No, it's just a matter of time. I'll tell you how to do it real quick. Just deprive him of his air. You ever put a bowl over a candle? Goes out right away because you're depriving it of air. So when you understand what air means, and this is where we get back to the illustrious teachings of Imam W.D. Muhammad, told us what each one of these elements meant, but most of us wasn't listening, I guess. He said air represents influence, invisible influences.
Mhm.
All right, no more uhs and church call and response stuff. Just unless I call on you, mute your phones.
Sorry about
I know how. No, you don't have to be sorry. This is how we teach. We have to become as sophisticated a learner as those people running the world right now. And see, sometimes you get to the point where you'll be so anxious to give an answer that you won't even really hear the question. And that's why people give us these wrong answers, because they're not thinking it through when I ask them a question. But we're gonna overcome that. We're getting there. We used to be much worse than this. What we used to be where you didn't hear really nothing I said. You just waiting for to talk. And it's okay. That's what children do. They sit there and they listen. They teacher, teacher, teacher. They didn't even hear what the teacher asked them because they love being able to say, I'm right. And I know stuff. That's in the human fitrah. That's nice. But we have to discipline that nature now because the world is listening to us now. Y'all get that? And you don't have to say anything. I can hear you replying. The world is now beginning to listen to us. So we have to be universally aware of the ether, not the local air, not the pollution that we're breathing in our ghettos. We have to be aware now of the ether that is feeding every human mind. So when we speak now, everybody in the world, no matter what language they speak, they'll be able to trace what we said, translate what we said, and benefit from what we said as a human, not as an African, as a human, not as an Arab, as a human, not as a Palestinian. You get it on and on, not as a Jew, not as a Christian, not as a, no, they have to be able to benefit from what we're saying as a true human, which is what a Muslim actually, factually is. Let's continue. If y'all are tired, y'all can go to bed. I'm going to stay up for just another minute. So these ancient Arabs were an agricultural and trading society. See, this is, oh, I'm going to start some more trouble now. I said to myself I wasn't going to do this, but Allah is urging me to do this. If Allah gave us a Quran that is speaking from the agricultural and trade vantage point, and agriculture has to do with, as you know, crops, planting of crops, reaping of crops, harvesting of crops, as we mentioned earlier, then how could the original environment that produced this wonderful story called Al-Islam in the world, how could it have been a phenomenon that was born out of a desert where there's just dust, rocks, sand, very little growth, very few trees, very few plants? If this was an agricultural area that it is said Muhammad the Prophet began receiving revelation in, then how did it become the Saudi that they teach us about that's mostly mountains and rocks, sand, no water for distances? Now, see, that's a troublemaking question. Because when I read the Quran, I read about vegetation in the Quran. I read about the lot trees, all kinds of trees and bushes and stuff going on in there. But what I'm reading about in the Quran that they're saying is Mecca. When I go to Mecca, that they teach us about in the Mecca books, I don't see that environment. Did somebody pull an okie doke on us? You know how dangerous a question it is I'm asking right now? There's other parts of Arabia that reflect what the Quran describes exactly, but not Mecca, that they told us is Mecca. Now, I'm going to say something that's truly troubling to people who are so stuck emotionally on what they've learned as Islam, that it's going to be impossible for them to cross the bridge to be a Hebrew. That's what Hebrew means, those who crossed over here, though. It's going to be impossible for them to follow this logic because they're going to be too emotionally bent out of shape. Now, I'm going to save that point. I made a quick dua, and Allah said, don't say it right now. Don't do that to them right now. It'll be more trouble than it's worth. I've already said enough to cause trouble, but all I really did was say enough to cause you to think and ask questions, because all I did was ask you a question. I didn't tell you anything. I asked you a question. How come the Quran speaks about a Mecca that was practically flourishing with agriculture? Allah talks about do you not see the trees bowing in sajda? Where are these trees in Mecca? There's all kinds of points that are made in the Quran that are references. Pardon me?
Could it be that we had to evolve to that understanding, just like that situation evolved physically?
That was only, yeah, that was on, no, that was only 1,000 years ago. What was there 1,000 years ago is still here today. What was there 1,000 years before that was still there 1,000 years ago. So no, fitra in nature, it doesn't evolve so quickly that it takes one place and quickly replaces it with a different environment. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
If it was a desert 1,000 years ago, unless some major weather phenomenon took place in the past 1,000 years, it's going to still be a desert today. Now, I will say this, that the meteorologists and the weather reporters are saying that the region of Mecca right now is going through a tremendous change, but I won't call that change evolutionary. There are snow storms visiting Mecca. There are floods visiting Mecca, but it's not the first time. People don't know that in the history of the Kaaba was flooded out twice since the passing of Muhammad the Prophet, but they don't tell you that in the masjid necessarily, because then it would take Mecca and the Kaaba off of this high pedestal of being untouchable because Allah protects these precincts, and it would bring it down to stuff that Allah might not be that happy with if he keeps flooding it out, if he keeps allowing it to be destroyed. The Kaaba was destroyed on at least 3 occasions since Muhammad the Prophet. The Kaaba you see now when you go to Mecca, that's not the same Kaaba that was here when Muhammad the Prophet, nor is it even the same shape. It wasn't a cube, it was a coffin. And that's not a non-Muslim telling you that. I read that from Muslim sources. It was shaped like a coffin. It was a horizontal house, if you will. So what happened? Who made the decision to make it a cube? And could it possibly be the same black cube that you see some rabbinical people, some rabbis and some Orthodox Jews and other Jews wearing on their foreheads? I don't know if you've ever seen this. Strictly Orthodox Jews, they'll have it on the side of their door before they go in their home. It's a little black, it looks exactly like the Kaaba. And they also tie it so that it becomes centered where the pineal gland area is behind that in the brain. But it's just a small, it's not a green box, it's not an orange box, it's not a red box, it's not a yellow box. It is a black box exactly resembling what the present day Kaaba in Mecca looks like. Why are the Jews wearing that symbol that Muslims call the house of Allah, Baytullah? Why are they wearing it in the center of their foreheads, where the third eye is? We're not taught to ask questions on that level. And to go further with what the Shafiqa said, yeah, these are signs that are meant to be unraveled by us. We're not supposed to be just complacent with what people tell us and just accept it because it came off the rostrum or came out of somebody's history book. Is it in the Quran is the first question you want to know. And there's no cube when the Quran speaks about Kaaba. I'm going to tell you this now. The word Kaaba in the Quran is a reference to your ankles, the shape of your ankles. You see that pregnant belly shape on the side of your foot that you call your ankle? That's what in the Quran Allah calls Ka'abain, 2 Ka'abas, 2 ankles. Wash your feet up to your 2 ankles. You've read that in English. Well, the words that are being used there, Ka'abain. Ain means 2, Ka'aba, 2 Ka'abas. One on your right foot, the other on your left foot. Wrestle with that for a moment. These are the kinds of scholarly questions you need to go to bed scratching your head and losing some sleep over if you don't have to get up early the next day. And if you look the word up in the Lane's lexicon, you look up Kaaba, it's going to tell you that it means, oh man, well, I guess I got to say it. The dictionary said it. It means your breast, the female breast. You see that shape on the woman's breast? It's the same shape on the ankle. That's called Kaaba. That's not a square, last time I looked. And beyond that, in case that didn't register right, when you go on to further read it as a description in the dictionary, it says that Kaaba means breasts that are lactating. So they are the breast of a pregnant woman who's lactating milk. So now the Kaaba has to do something with lactating breasts. I didn't say it. Look in your Lane's lexicon. Look in your Hans Were. Look in your dictionary of the Holy Quran. That's where I found it. So has anyone across the rostrum And the Imam ate and the Ulema ate and, all of those other ones who ate. Have they seen that? For the Kaaba to be such a major symbol in Islam, they didn't look it up. They didn't see that in the Quran. It's talking about your ankles and how your ankles protrude from the side of your foot, like the pregnant belly protrudes from the side of the mother to be. Nobody questioned that. We all accepted that it's a square box, a cubical box in the middle of the Meccan desert. Why do we accept that? Because they told us that, and we have to trust them. They're the guardians of the deen. But you're going to learn to come out of that. I told you, you got about 2 to 3 more years to stay stuck in that stupidity. And I call it stupidity not because you are stupid. I'm calling it stupidity because the people who created those lies and those fabrications did so in order to point the authority in the direction of the people who are the so-called guardians of that house that they call the house of Allah. That's the house of Allah? Yeah. And we all are supposed to turn to that house, the Kaaba, the Qibla. And no, you say the Quran doesn't say any of what you're saying right now. It doesn't say turn your face in the direction of the Kaaba. It says the Qibla. Now, what's the difference between Qibla and Kaaba? Do you know? No, you have to learn to study on that level. And I'm telling you, you Nunetic students, you have such a jump on the rest of the Muslim world right now. If you would just slow down your roll and take what I'm saying and actually factually study it, word for word, line for line, point for point that I'm making. Take it out of your head, take it off of YouTube, put it in your notebook, and begin looking it up or calling other people who are good at looking these things up and have a study buddy, as I have suggested, especially for the new people. We have to catch these new people up right now. Don't be afraid that they're going to get in front of you or be better than you and you've been here 10 years already. That's not how Allah does. Allah gives whatsoever he pleases to whoever he pleases. He gives it to them. And he's giving you an opportunity to get the blessings of teaching these new people. These new people, I'm telling you, we have some people that are so on point. It's scary. Yeah, there's going to be a learner from France that you're going to be introduced to through a talk in a couple of weeks. I think in a couple of days, I'll be interviewing him from France. And he's already a scholar. I don't know if he's a degreed scholar, but the way he broke things down about the human being and based on Nunetics but you think he was in this class for a whole year already. But don't be scared of him. Say, thank Allah. This is what we've been asking Allah for. You gotta know how that goes. That would be like the Jackson 5. I like referring to them. That would be like the Jackson 5 being unnecessarily jealous of Michael. Here you got Big Jackie. He's the older brother. Behind him, you got Tito. He's the next oldest brother. Behind him, you got Jermaine. That's the next oldest brother. Beneath him, you got a little guy, almost Michael's size, called Marlon. And he wasn't even in the group. Just the 3 oldest ones were in the group. And here they go, and Michael is sitting and listening to them rehearse with their guitars and their 3-part harmonies and singing with their mother country songs and all of that. Now here comes Michael. He's late. He's late coming into the group. And everybody recognized this guy is better than us. He should be the lead singer.
Yeah.
Now, what would they have looked like being jealous of little 9-year-old Michael and saying, we're going to keep him out of the group? Whoever that is replying with, yeah, I told you to stop doing that, please. Mute your phone until I ask you.
What? Yeah, wait a minute.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right. So what would he look like being jealous? He would have held back all of that fame and fortune, thinking that he wasn't supposed to be the lead singer because he's not the oldest. That's what these religions did. They say Islam is the baby religion. They're not older than Christianity. They're not older than Judaism. Why should we put that religion in front? Why should we give them any highlight? For the same reason that they gave Michael Jackson highlight when he was 9 years old. He's the one to lead you into the future and open up greater possibilities than you would have remained a local group singing in titty bars, excuse the expression, if it wasn't for Michael. Joe Jackson would have still had you over there in the wherever he was taking them, to the county fair, the country fair and all that, where you're getting $25 a show. instead of the 25 or 1,000 that you make at Madison Square Garden. So stop doing that. The people who are about to come into this class are prepared. Some of them have been listening to us for a year or better and have been taking notes in their own private homes and their own private study. It's not like they just heard about this last week. One guy did. I just put him up. He's from Nigeria. If you saw that video, he just found out about Nunetics. Nunetics is not 2 weeks old in his mind, but he's already answering questions about the letters and getting them right. Make sure you look at that class. Mukhtar is his name. Mukhtar Ismail. He just found out about Nunetics 2 weeks ago or less. See, that's where your alhamdulillah should go, not no jealous feelings. There's alhamdulillah. Oh, Allah is giving us what the instructor told us was coming.
Alhamdulillah.
There you go. That's what I want you to open up, but then open up and then close back your mic. Just do it like that. Don't stay open. That's all I'm saying. I love to hear from you. All righty. All right. Wally, should I go a little further?
Yes, sir.
All right. Don't want y'all to drown. But here I go. All right. For important topic. One of the most important topics I've taught on, IQRA. So those early Muslims, they were not academic society like the Jews. They were an agricultural and trading society. And remember now, going into the next semester, we're going to have tests based on these notes. So prepare for that also. Their forte was planting and harvesting, and therefore Allah used terms that they were familiar with. However, these fitrah-based terms were earmarked by Allah for a linguistic revolution, which was designed to also bring about a mental, moral, and spiritual evolution among the masses of listeners, beginning with Muhammad himself. So Muhammad himself had to go through a mental, moral, and spiritual revolution that led to a mental, moral, and spiritual evolution. So some of you who have been in the class for a while, you've already gone through your revolution. You're revolving. You're going around like planets spin around and looking at the circumference of the information I'm giving you from the outside. You're just looking at it from the outside. You're revolving. But revolution of the planet brings about evolution of the planet and on the planet. That's how you know who the true revolutionaries are. Black power, I'm a black revolutionary. What have you grown? What have you done in terms of your own evolution and the evolution of your community? If I don't see any growth and evolution in your community, you are a major bullshitter. You ain't no revolutionary, because in the fitrah, planets that revolve, evolve in terms of the life forms on their surface. You ain't growing nothing, but you want to be a revolutionary? That ain't no revolution. That's talk. Cheap talk. So the people who have been revolving around this language system, they're now beginning to show evolution. And that's most of you who have been with me, the Shafiqas and the Habibas and the Abdul Salams and all of the rest of you, right? The Khalil Sultans and the rest of you, Ahmed, all of you who have been in this thing, the Waliyuddins, you're hearing from them all the time. They are in the process of evolution now. They're no longer revolving just to look at what we're doing from the outside. Like the people going around the Kaaba. They are revolving around the Kaaba in Mecca. But there's no evolution. What do they change when they get back home to their respective countries? Do their families even evolve after they experience all of this hajiness? See, I'm not speaking against the Quran. I'm speaking against this non-fitrah underdevelopment that we've been going through for about 1,200, 1,300 years now in the Muslim world. Under and undevelopment. Undoing the natural process that brings about nature-based evolution. When they switch the language on us, they pull the old switcheroo on terminology in the Quran, and they started telling us that instead of this word meaning something that's fitrah-based, that you can verify in the world of nature, they began to teach us concepts that were otherworldly. All of the concentration became the angels and what they're going to do to you, and the death angel and what that death angel is going to do to you in the grave. And if you don't answer the questions in Arabic, you're going to be punished by these angels. You two angels, they're going to question you, and they're going to question you in the language that you grew up in. They're going to question you in Arabic. So you had better learn the Arabic while you're living in this life. Not learn the Quran, learn the Arabic language. Because the questions they're going to ask you are not in the Quran. They're in the Arabic language. So if you don't learn the Arabic language, come to the Arabs and come to us to learn for Luqatul Arabiya. If you don't do that, man, chances are with all of that stuff you already have learned from the Quran, all the short surahs and all that fasting for a minute. If you can't answer those questions in Arabic, you're gonna burn. What kind of foolishness is that? That's the stuff I'm fighting against. Why can't they ask me in English? I grew up I was speaking English. Angels can't speak English. They only speak Arabic. Allah only understands Arabic. It's the language of Arabic. Huh. It's an amazing journey, isn't it? So that's the okie doke that I believe I was born to demolish. I don't think that was obviously wasn't Imam Muhammad's job to demolish that level of foolishness. He gave hints and clues that allowed me to do further investigation. And because the world operates based on seasonal changes, different things are accommodated by Allah in different seasons and cycles. So there's a season for growing things, generating things, G. There's a season for bringing a thing into its full operation, O. Now you have G, O. And there's a season for demolishing things, D. That's what God is. It ain't what they told you. It's nothing to do with the source creator called Allah in the Quran. The word God. It's a principle in nature that generates, operates, and dissolves. And we're in the dissolution phase. We're in the devolving phase. We're in the decimating phase. Choose your D, it's going to apply. We're in the destructive phase. The old world of Islam and all of its corrupt language has to be dissolved. This is the time for that right now. I don't know if I'm not even the only one speaking like this. There are plenty of people speaking like this, but not enough to make an impact yet. And many of them now taking hints and clues from me. They're calling me. Oh man, I heard what you said. I never thought about that. I've been following this way and doing this ritual and saying these magic words and all of that. Spell casting through my du'as and all of that. I didn't realize I was doing that. Thank you for showing me the proper way. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you, instructor, for showing us and me and my family the proper. We knew something was wrong with the other stuff they was telling us, but we didn't want to be adversarial, and we didn't want to appear to be what do you call it? Disobedient to Allah. They said, but now the way that you've been explaining it, I see it's not it's disobedience for us to keep doing that stuff. Believing that if we just recite a certain number of dhikrs and that kind of stuff, that we can go to paradise. Where's that in the Quran? Every qualification for paradise in the Quran is tagged or given as a prerequisite, the idea of doing some action that is worthy of paradise. Not just saying stuff, not just believing stuff, having iman. No. Alladhina amanu, those who have faith, who have demonstrated faith, wa and amilu, amal, conscious work, salihat, that is salih, that is salihat, that is reconciliation based, bringing things together that Allah intended to be together. That's what gets you into paradise. You have to first have the iman. Yes, that's the first part. But the part that is supposed to really send you into the stratosphere of Allah's mercy and pleasure is the amilu salihat. the conscious deeds of reconciliation. Are you out here counseling the people who are headed to divorce court and showing them, giving them Islamic guidance, Quranic guidance? Are you doing? Then you're not involved in Amilu Salihat. Are you helping to keep the generations together? Or are you watching them slip slowly and slowly and slowly away from each other? You're watching your children disconnect from their parents and their grandparents. In China, they don't do that. They respect their elders. But right here under our noses, our American noses, our Muslim highfalutin noses sometimes, we don't even want anything to do with our children because they like a hip hop song or an artist or something. So we just divorce our minds from our children's concerns. Won't even sit down and ask them, say, what is that you listening to every morning? Man, it sounds kind of vulgar. It's like, oh, Dad, it's just, it's my generation. You know what? You're right. And I should respect what you are interested in, at least, even if I don't like it. Can we sit and listen to that together? See, that's what I used to do with my children. Now they don't even really want to listen to that music. I was playing some old Motown songs this morning. They were like, yeah, Dad, I remember that. They're not bringing home CDs that are X-rated and all of that, and albums and downloads that are telling your young people don't listen to it, although they know they're going to be the first ones to listen to it. We have to become more sophisticated. It's time to demolish, to destroy, to decimate this old paradigm that we've been sold as religion and as culture. It has to happen. It's going to happen with or without Instructor Bilal. I'm a teeny weeny, eeny weeny part of what I'm talking about. Allah is in charge of the destruction. And he does it through natural forces. Natural forces. So smooth. You might not have even noticed it happen. It's happening right now, actually, to the whole world. But most of the destruction that is taking place now is artificially induced. That's the difference between how Allah does it and how the conspirators do it. They're trying to be Allah. They're trying to be God, the ones who generate, operate, and destroy. Imam Muhammad said, I know what they're saying out there. He said, I know what they're saying about the New World Order. He said, but I'm here to tell you that Allah is going to bring about his New World Order using their hands. Oh, since I heard that, I've been free. Because I look at what Klaus Schwab has to say and what George Soros is doing and what he has to say and what Bill Gates is sneaking around the world trying to do to the world's dark-skinned population and the world population. He don't care whether they're dark-skinned. He wants 90% of the planet Earth. He just wants us to check out. He said there are too many humans on the Earth, eating up too many resources. Well, how many millions and billions have you given up to make a difference in that? None. He goes around the world buying support for his operations and buying off the politicians. So now how can you trust the politicians who are kowtowing to his desires and his commands? You can't. So the whole world practically of leadership has gone to smash because most of them have been bought out and bought out a long time ago from the president on around. Bought out. Not worth you even voting for, to believe it or not. Even Minister Farrakhan had to do something radical. He said, I'm going to support Donald Trump this year, the next voting season. He said, the rest of these creeps are giving me the creeps. He's the only one that decided to break out of the circle, no matter what you think about him now. He's the only one that pushed back against the so-called deep state and said, we got to do something different here. Now, whether he's sincere or what remains to be seen, or who's backing him and all of that, and whose money is behind him and behind his money, that has yet to be seen. But I think it's a phenomenal action in our day and time that they are doing everything possible to crush this man. And the only conclusion I can come to is whether I like him or not, there's got to be some measure of Allah's support that is with this man for whatever Allah's reasons are. And Allah says sometimes he lets one force that's on the negative side rise up against another force on the negative side so that they can just, balance out each other. You need to think about these things. I know those are highly charged conversations, but I'm observing it with a Quranic eye this time. Now, let's continue. I think I'm going to have a part 4 to this. I've taken too long. But what I just quoted to you, is from my book called Quranic Connections. It's on page 39 that you can find this quote. So I'm going to go into a breakdown of the Qaf, the Ra, in detail, but I don't want to start that tonight. I'm getting tired, and I know there's some of you on the other side who want to do some other things probably between now and the morning or early in the morning, so I'm not going to belabor this lesson. No need to. We have one more Sunday attached to this Western Gregorian year before January gets here. In January, there's going to be some righteous explosions. I shouldn't even be using that word, I guess, on YouTube. But they're going to be righteous. Oh, man. So many good things are going to happen for us in the midst of the world falling apart. I see it already. So your best bet is to stay in touch. Stay alert to Lunetics. Whoever is trying to teach it to you. I'll be assigning people to these new people coming in from you learners that have already done this and got the t-shirt to prove it. You're going to be their instructors. And it'll take the burden up off of me to have to do what I do all week long, where 2 times a day you see somebody new on YouTube that I had a conversation with, but I don't get a chance to do much else because I'm so busy doing that when you can be doing that, Wali Uddin. And Kareem Abdul-Salam, you get to do this with your eyes closed. You don't have to teach on the level that I'm teaching, but what if you just taught 2 or 3 letters? See, that's what these special meetings with me, the one-on-ones, are designed to do. I catch you on a one-on-one so I know what's motivating you. And then I let you set up your own little curriculum, your own little short abbreviated curriculum, half an hour, whatever. If you can do an hour, fine. And then we go to YouTube, to Rumble, to Patreon. We're going to be all over the place come January, February. That's the plan. All right. So that's that. And I ask you people, the book is still being somewhat edited, meaning I'm just putting all of the paragraphs in place to make it look nice. The book is actually completed. So this is the 2nd volume book on the Salat, the true meaning of Salat. So just bear with me on that. You know your instructor is, they call me the tireless teacher. Because they say I'm like the Duracell rabbit. I just don't stop. I do this all day long. I do this in my sleep, I told you. But I need some time to also rest my voice, rest my brain, catch up with family concerns, be good to my wife. I don't want her to have to email me and ask me for an appointment to see her. Text me messages. Are you free now? Would you be free tomorrow at 12 o'clock? I don't want my wife to have to make appointments with me because I'm so busy teaching all of you. You need to take the burden up off of me so that when I want to be with her, see her, okay, let's go. Let's be there. Let's go on that journey to the park or to the supermarket. I like to just be able to say, yeah, I'm going, let's go. Saddle up, let's go. Can't do that right now. But I will be able to because I know you people are merciful and intelligent. All right. So with that said, I want, let's see, who do we have? We have, yeah, okay, we got quite a few people with us. So let me look at the chat first and see if there are any important ideas or questions here. No, just people making comments. Thank you. Yeah, Allah is always in the process of healing the instructor. Okay, someone is not feeling well, so make dua for all of the learners. Sometimes people don't attach their names to their cell phone, so I'm not sure who's saying these things, but make a dua for everybody in the class to be in tip-top health and condition. And never tell yourself, no matter how bad you feel, never tell yourself that you're sick or ill. No, I'm ill. No, you're not. What you are you talking about that's ill? Well, bring the one forth who's feeling well. You'd be surprised how much of this is to be controlled through the active directing of the mental energies. I'm telling you. Keep your head up, like I told you at the beginning of the class. Keep your spirit up. Think about good things that happen to you. Focus on the good things and just allow the bad things, quote unquote, to become your challenges, not your problems. You don't have any problems. You have challenges. Every season has its challenges. Sometimes summer comes in and forest fires happen, or sometimes spring comes in or fall comes in and floods happen. But it doesn't happen all over the world at one time, and it shouldn't happen all over your life at one time. So go to the part of your life that you're pleased with. You study, you get a lot out of studying, make studying your go-to plan every time you start to feel a little off about where you are and what you're doing. And share this information with your family members. If they reject it, so be it. But don't let it be said about you that you never introduced this to your wife or your husband or your child or your grandchildren or your neighbors. Never let it be said that you didn't figure out some strategy to introduce Nunetics to these people, to your imam. How can I go around here and criticize imams and you never even told them what we were doing? I see him, I think he knows because you're in that masjid every week, three times a week. He don't know nothing. New net. What is a new net? New what? Genetics? What are you teaching? Don't be caught like that. At least purchase a book. Say, Imam, I know we don't celebrate Christmas, but this is an early Eid gift. Merry Eid. You know, I don't care what you got to say to him, but give him the book. Give his wife the book. Give somebody in his circle, the assistant imam or the, whoever, give somebody the N word if they're not interested in Arabic. Give somebody else the Nature of Life book. You got 20 books to choose from now. Invest in one. The study guides, they'll be there for the next few years just off of one of those books. All right? Be good to yourself, be good to other people, and Allah will be great to you. Allah is not just the good. Allah is great. He is El Kabir to us. And he's the one who's going to get us through. Trust me when I tell you that. So let me go to the list of people who are present. And if you can, have your camera open. And when I call on you, just give us the greetings and let us know how you're doing. Let me see how to do this here. Hold on one moment. And when you do greet, when you come in only when I call you. I'll call you either by your name or by your cell phone or your number. If your name is not there, it'll be by your phone number. But I'm trying to close this particular window first. Hold on one second. Okay, so let me start by doing this. Is this Amina Abdul Salam?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Oh, the other Amina, Adcock. Okay,
Oh,
glad to hear from you. You're coming in a little distorted, but still glad to see you and hear from you. Thank you for that wonderful smile. Okay, thank you. Hadia?
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Alaikum salam. Boy, all these beautiful smiles coming before us. Out the gate. That's wonderful. I'm well. How are you and your family?
Oh, they're doing pretty good. Thank you, brother. Just a little
Excellent.
tired, that's all.
You said tired?
I am. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, most
But I
of you
want to
need to
stay
be.
here, I'm trying to stay.
Yay, that's the key.
Yes.
Just see it as already being over and done.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, a new day is here.
Alhamdulillah.
Visualize the sun shining and you getting up to do something you like to
Alhamdulillah.
do. Right?
Alhamdulillah.
All right, and any of you who have a chance to visit your family members because they celebrate the holidays and so forth, or New Year's or whatever, if you get a chance to do that and it doesn't hurt you doing that, you should do that. You should be with your family members. Allah says in the Quran that our family members have first rights over us in the book of Allah. And we're taught the exact opposite. The Muslims got the first right. No, your family members have the first right. If your family asks you, can you come do this for me or help me do this on this day? And the Muslims are giving a barbecue that day. You say, I'm gonna be with I'm gonna be with my brother. I ain't gonna be with no kufa. I don't care if it is my uncle. No, you're supposed to say to your Muslim brother, hey man, I have some family obligations I need to tend to. you know, and hopefully they'll see the beauty in this deen and they'll want to become Muslim also. But it'll never happen if I don't be around them to see them with the Muslim, let them know what the Muslim life is. So, right? All right. So it's good seeing you. Good seeing you.
You too.
Okay. Adila?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So wonderful, the message tonight. Thank you.
Well, I thank all of you for sticking and staying tonight. Thank you. And it's great to hear from you.
I was trying to open my camera.
It's okay. You'll have it ready for next time.
Alhamdulillah.
All right. Yeah. Oh, while I'm thinking about it, you just made me remember that you'll be hearing from my daughter Naja, because I'm going to ask her to ask all of you to, and William Safir can actually supervise this, but I want you to put together a maybe like a 2 to 3 minute video with your cameras, with your cell phones, if necessary, and just tell people, give somebody a brief idea of how Nunetics has been benefiting you since you've been in the class, even if you've only been in it for a month, doesn't matter. But I'm going to need that for the next stage that I'm attempting to lift this linguistic community up to. So I'll give you more details on that. William will be reaching out to you and you'll be hearing from my daughter also in terms of the exact way to make that video. All right. And she'll even show you how to make that video. William already knows. William and a couple of people have done this already. So they'll walk you through it. All right. But I need for each and every one of you who are bona fide, registered, official members of the class to make at least a 2-minute video telling the people about Nunetics and what you enjoy most about Nunetics and what you may have learned. Just one lesson or a letter or something. Share that with us. William for sure knows because he was doing it for the Atlanta group. So he'll probably be the one to walk you through that. All right. Abdullah, are you with us?
I'm here, Imam.
All
Peace
right.
to everyone.
Peace.
Yeah. It kind of threw me for a loop with Trump, you know, fascists.
My job is to throw you for a loop. That's my job. I practice hard on that technique.
Man, you know, the
See,
Muslim.
let me explain something. Let me explain something real quick without it being a back and forth thing, because I know both of us are above that. Like I said, when I do certain things or recommend certain things, I'm doing it in light of what I believe the Quran is teaching us about how to do and how to strategize, even around Satan. There's a strategy for even getting around Satan. So we can just be doldrum and disappointed and angry and pessimistic and all of those other things, but that's not going to rise in you what Allah wants to be risen or arisen in you. My thing is not personal. I had to learn that the hard way. Do not make what you're seeing in the world personal. I can't make my relationship with you personal because I don't know you personally. I don't know Trump. I don't know Biden personally. I don't know who his brother is, James. I don't know this. I only know what the media tells me. And the media is designed for one major purpose: to make you scared, to make you fear. If I do this, oh, they're coming after me. If I do this, the country's going to collapse if he gets back in office, or if he stays in office or whatever. You can't think like that in this day and time. You have to be a strategist. There's a book, most of you should know about it. I know you do. It's called The Art of War. You've heard of that, right, Abdullah? Yeah. So
Yes.
maybe one day somebody who's very familiar with the book can give us a synopsis on what that book is about. There are enough hadiths, although I don't promote hadiths per se, but there are enough hadiths to walk us through this madness that we're going through right now, as far as who to trust and who not to trust. Look at the progress that our prophet made and read in the Quran the revelation that Allah sent him that allowed him to make the cogent, intelligent decisions that he did, even in the face of his enemies. Do you know he used to invite enemies into his home, into his tent? See, we're not thinking with a Quranic mind. That's why we're messing up and running into brick walls. He used to invite staunch enemies, his uncle, those kinds of people, Abu Talib, Abu this one, you know, into his house and treat them as well as, if not better than his own family members. He was working on them from so many different angles that if they rejected him after all of that, they were probably worthy of hellfire, because he treated them like his bestest of friends, as the Quran says. And it says to treat people a certain way. He said it might be that your worst enemies might become your best friends. Allah tells you that in the Quran. So who are we to write people off and say no more hope for them, when Allah never says no more hope for them? The only one that in the Quran where Allah said there's no more hope was Abu Lahab. And we don't really understand what that surah is talking about. It tells you what him and his wife are going to end up, where they're going to end up. Her with a rope around her neck, and you know, and him with his hands perished, whatever that means. Perished, the hands of Abu Lahab. Perished, you know, what does that mean? What do you mean the hands? What's going to happen to the rest of his body? We don't ask these questions because we're still in elementary school education when it comes to the Quran. We're just going with what they tell us across the rostrum, and we're not using those ayats to think about what Allah is saying. What if I said, perish the hands of Joe Biden? What does that mean? What do you mean? His hands? Why not his leg? Maybe then he can't move so fast. Or what does this mean? That's where we are right now. We want to know what the Quran is meaning by these things. And all of the people who are present day personalities, they'll be gone in a couple of years. And all of that negative energy we spent cursing them out and calling them this name and that name and the third name, you just wasted a whole lot of energy. Now the real challenge is in front of you. You don't have any more energy. So be careful where you spend your wealth, even if your wealth is just your energy. No, you got to be able to read this present day environment. Read it, IQRA. And please don't let the media be the reason why you say you yay or nay anything or anybody. Because if you let the media be the reason, you'll hate your own people, because the media said we're nothing but niggas ready to rob a store, smash and grab. They don't acknowledge the college graduates among us. We have 13 and 14-year-olds that have graduated from the finest colleges and universities in America. And we have lots of them, and they're growing, intelligent young people. Like Imam Muhammad said, if our young people were as bad as the media points them out, we wouldn't be able to walk the streets. Sure, it's happening in certain towns, overcrowded cities, economically oppressed places, places where they are intentionally causing inflation and oppression and violence to happen, encouraging it in the media for places to just lose control. They're intentionally trying to strike the match of racism almost every day, all day long. They want a race war. That's why I told y'all, you better be careful who you're listening to. They absolutely want a race war. And I think Minister Farrakhan figured that out, that they were using him to start that race war so they could blame it on us. Somebody must have whispered in his ear and said, your best strategy is to support the one that they hate. And see, you can always change your mind. Go in there and vote as an independent. Don't vote as a Democrat or a Republican, two corrupt sides of the same, ideology.
Absolutely.
Red, blue, same ideology. Demons and devils and warlocks and witches on both sides. So be careful of that. I didn't mean to keep you up like that, but
I'm patient. No, I'm patient with you. I'm patient with you. Them others, it's right. It's real cognitive. They call it
dissonance.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For
Patient.
sure.
I find balance in you.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna stay here. And I don't think I'm going, even if you
right.
part, I'm gonna stay.
I told you what my deal was with you. You're gonna be with me, rain or shine, brother. You're gonna be in this door. You hear me? Because you've shown that kind of stick-to-itness and interest. So I appreciate that from you. That makes me feel good. All right, I gotta move along. 856. I think that's Habiba's number. 856.
No,
Oh,
who
okay.
kind of always.
Oh, okay. You're in the same area. That's why. Yeah. Okay.
Same area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
I probably will have to send you the questions that I had when you gave us these notes today.
Yeah, that's fine.
So okay.
Yeah, I want you to think about what you're gonna say because you don't just talk fluff stuff. You always have something powerful to say that I like listening to. So get that together. You can put it in an email or text message or whatever, and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Or I'll call you and we'll have a one-on-one telephone conversation. Okay, that's true for anybody. Anybody who wants to talk to me one-on-one, if it's just going to be a good 5, 6, 7 minute conversation and not a webinar thing, let me know in the text. I'll call you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay. Did I speak to Adila already?
Yes, sir.
Adila, I spoke to?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I
Thank
thought so. Okay. All right, Wally, since I got you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Walaikum salam.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir. I'm here in the big day, and
Oh,
hopefully we
yeah,
get a
that's
chance.
right. That's right. That's
We
right.
get a chance to do our usual
Yeah. How long are you here?
for a few days.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah.
connect tomorrow, inshallah.
Well, I got another new learner coming through on Tuesday, man, if you're available. Tuesday, about 1 o'clock or so.
Okay.
But
All right.
talk to me tomorrow. Call me tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll call you tomorrow.
We'll work it out.
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
as usual, I truly enjoyed this awesome class tonight.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy you were able to be a part of it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I have to excuse myself for about 3 minutes and I'll be right back to get to the rest of you. So just be patient. Don't go anywhere. I want to hear from you. So Wally, since you have the mic, I'm going
Yeah.
to pass the
I
talking
just
stick
want
over to you and say what you want to say to the audience and I'll be right back.
Okay, great.
All right.
I just want to say one thing, and that we must remember, getting on. So that's the point that I wanted to make. I'm done, instructor.
Okay. I didn't mean to stop the recording. I just realized I did. But alhamdulillah, who was here to hear it? They're the ones who caught it. You'll tell me what you said later.
Okay.
All right. I got to get through this quickly now. Okay. There's Ahmed Badruddin. That's a new name to me. Are you with us, sir? Ahmed Badruddin. Okay. We spoke to Amina. Not sure how many Aminas we have on tonight. Hadia, did I speak to you yet?
Yes, Imam. Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. Then some just say iPhone, so I don't know who those people are. Have one that's a 704-293 number.
Yes.
Who is that? 704-293.
Yeah, yes, that's me. Amin Sharif.
Okay, Amin. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything you want to say special?
No, it just enjoyed the presentation as usual.
Okay.
Very what's the word I'm looking for? I can't. I just say educational.
All
Very
right. Okay.
too.
Yeah. I can't comment on it until I hear it back again. So I'm going to try to process this and get this out to you guys tonight. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ahmed said he can't talk right now. That's understandable. But greetings to you and your family, Ahmed. And we'll talk to you in the very near future. Okay. Kareem Abdul Salam, we heard from you earlier. You still with us?
Yes, sir. Still here.
All right. Oh, man. That's a great background. I gotta have you come here and I hire you to do my background.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. This man is obviously a professional.
It's an excellent class tonight. I really enjoyed it.
Alhamdulillah. Well, we're going to be getting finished with this series and that'll take us into the next semester. And I'm hoping that by that time, you and at least 5 other people will be ready for your own individual presentation. So we'll be talking about that in the next couple of days. I'll call you personally. And Mikhail Abdul Salam, and a couple of others, Amina Adcock. There are a few of you who are going to be ready in the next less than 30 days to do your own presentation. So stand by for that, okay? Wally Udine and others, you're ready already. So prepare.
Yes. Don't be like that.
All right. Mahir, are you still on the line?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Alaikum
barakatuh.
salam wa rahmatullahi wa
Master
barakatuh.
Instructor
Well,
Bilal.
I do what I do, man. And I'm
I
so happy to
enjoyed
hear you.
the lesson immensely. And just want to let you know, the book hasn't arrived yet, but I did order off Amazon Nunetics.
Yeah, yeah. For those of you who have been ordering anything through the mail, understand that it's a very heavy post office mail season. A piece of mail that I sent to somebody should have taken 3 days, and it took almost 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, this one here would be delivered by Amazon themselves.
Oh, so that's a different
Because
story.
that's an
Yeah.
Amazon deal.
Yes, right. Okay. Okay.
So they notified me to let me know
Great.
that it is I should get it sometime next week.
Yeah. So just give me a text or something. Let me know that you did get it.
Absolutely.
Oh, and also text me your mailing address because I have some other complimentary books that I want to send to you.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and after December, I'm going to go ahead and knuckle down and going to pay for your course.
Alhamdulillah. You know, you've always been my
And you
special
can
invited
take,
guest.
I know, but the thing is that there's a huge difference. And I've since listening to these classes and these sessions of yours, let me just tell this. There we go. I'll call it back. Okay. Listening to the sessions, in comparison, it's a difference between night and day. So they will give you metaphysical and Hebrew alphabet and stuff like that. And I've seen other stuff in the past on other languages about why it's the shape and all this and what it means and all this other, especially the book of Zohar. Yours, you cut down all of the paragraphs and you still give the essential spiritual meaning and significance, which helps, it cuts out all the fluff. So we don't have to listen to, you know what I mean, or read paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs per se about what each letter represents and all this. We just get right to the chase.
Gotcha.
And then what I'm doing is marrying that with certain types of history. That's what I'm doing. So I know history of things, and you and I have talked before, and then you did that interview with me on that. So for the most part, I got the history. I know how to find out things that I'm not aware of. And then I sit back and look at the letter. So you were talking today, and I could actually visualize when you was talking about the ha and the ra and as such. And I saw the word hero, and as you were saying, not knowing you was going to actually drop that word in what you were saying in your presentation, but it was like, yeah, I can see it. And then you said, and then you reverse it, and then you reverse it. It's like, wow, there's just too much going on here. And your class is essential in helping to pull out, clarify, like Allah says, this Quran is to correct the errors.
Yes. You're right.
Okay, well,
right,
with the right understanding about the science behind the language, it clears up any secular and secondhand so-called interpretations about what somebody wants us to believe about what Allah has said, because Allah says he's clear, Mubin. He said it. And it may not be easy, but he did said it. So that's all I really want to say. I'm glad to been trying to make all the Sundays or the days that you move the sessions, the presentations to. So before I actually give a dynamic presentation, I am going to send you my address. I'm gonna reply to one of your emails and say, hey, here's my mailing address.
Got it.
Because I really see the need that there are some things I've got a cap on me that says I need to get these lessons under control and go to the heights beyond where I'm at, so that when I am talking, we're at the 10,000 foot view and everyone else is already at the 10,000 foot view.
Beautiful.
And that's my comments on tonight and where I'd like to try to go with with this instruction and lesson.
Beautiful. Happy to have you and can't wait for you to get out there on your own. Do whatever
Oh,
you're going to
hey,
do with Dr. Omar,
all set.
whichever way you're going to do it.
I'm all set.
I'm ready to accommodate you.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
Okay.
alaikum salam.
Peggy Muhammad is next in line. I saw her at the beginning.
Okay. Peace International Instructor Bilal.
Okay.
Another splendid presentation.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for being with us and for being this patient.
My pleasure.
All right. And we're overdue. I know I missed a one-on-one with you that we have to reschedule. All right. But you've been bringing up some very important topics and information in your text messages and emails. And I want to go further with that to make sure that you get your ideas expressed in front of everybody so everybody can benefit. You're a very scholarly person in my eyes.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. It really has been a pleasure ever since. I don't know why you appeared in my YouTube feed, but one day you did.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happens, but anyway, it happened.
Well, I think Allah has a special agent, angel that sends people to people's YouTube feeds. People say that to me all of the time. I don't even remember how you came into my cipher, but I'm so glad you did, you know. But it's the algorithms and it's the will of Allah, actually, that all of us who meet each other, meet and greet each other. It's really that simple. Really that simple.
Just waiting for your wife to do a presentation. I'm just really enthralled in stuff
Well,
that she has.
she's going to have her own platform, her own weekly session starting next semester also. Yeah. So you'll hear about it. You'll hear about it in the email, so you'll know when to join in. We have to do certain things. She really can't teach like she wants to teach until we're off of YouTube.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I'm the reason why you see me hesitate when I teach is because there's some things that I know if I say them, they're gonna block it, they're gonna chop it, they're gonna, you know, and I'm too free a person to have somebody else telling me what to say and do. I'm too free for that. So I'll give them
that's happened to me once. So
yeah, I'll give them I'm past the point of monetization. I've never asked them for a dime.
Yeah.
Because that's not what I see this as being. When they get you in that grip and they begin to say, well, he's going to lose however many hundreds of dollars a week or whatever if he doesn't say what we want him to say, or if he continues to say what we don't want him to say, then I don't want to be under that kind of tyranny. That's oppression. I don't work for them. I work for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I know one day the resources that I truly need, they're right around the corner. They're almost in my backyard. So I'm not worried about these few dollars and things that I might be losing, you know, saying something or not saying something the way they want to hear it. And plus we got powerful people coming up like yourself.
Oh.
And like my here that you just heard from, these are powerful personalities. Waliuddin, oh man, he's off the charts. I don't know if you got a chance to see that interview that I did with Waliuddin Sabir.
Oh, okay. I've seen several of the interviews and they've all been superb.
Yeah, well, he is at the top of the list of people to look out for. So thank you for gracing me with your presence once again. And inshallah, we'll be talking one-on-one very soon.
All credit is due to Allah.
All right, indeed. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
All right, see who else we have here. Sean, are you still with us?
I'm sorry, I forgot to mute. I undid the video, but forgot to unmute it.
Okay, well, it's all good. How are you, sir? Alaikum salam.
Well, staying up late for a good purpose, not
all right.
Football or something.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to be together in another couple of days.
I got the beans soaking right now.
All right, man. I want my bean pie.
Oh, you're gonna have you have two of them. So the beans soaking right now.
All right. I'll let my wife know.
Oh, definitely. I look forward
she'll let me have one, but she'll slap my hand if I try to get the other one.
Well, that's why I'm bringing you two.
Yeah. All right. Good. Yeah. The rest of the learners haven't met you officially yet, but this is another up and coming person who hasn't been in every class every week. He really just started attending regularly, but his knowledge of Nunetics is already off the charts. This man right here. I can't even put him with one of you and say, I want you to teach him. I have to put him with one of you and say, I need you to catch them up to where you are. This is a very serious intellect that you're looking at. That's our brother Sean. All right.
Since learning the netics, because when we met so long ago, I kind of took it for granted. Okay, here's another book to add to my collection of information. And I sat on it and sat on it. And then when I finally picked it up, it just blew my mind.
Yeah.
You know, everything together, like one brother said, even with history, context of religion, context of language.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that, you know, you have a 2,000 piece puzzle and you're trying to figure out the one piece that's not there. And then you finally get it. And it's like,
yeah, you see the whole picture from there, right?
Oh, really? Definitely.
Isn't that wonderful?
Definitely needed.
All right. So good to see you. I pray all
Yeah.
is well with the rest of the family.
Oh, everything is going well. I hope the same as well with yours. But we'll
Yes.
be here Tuesday anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. All right. Thank
Salam
you, sir. Alaikum salam. Zaid Muhammad, come in. Come in, come in.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. You must have heard my thinking.
Well, you're always thinking the same thing. How can I break down these letters and these words? Tell us what's on your mind, man.
You know, I think that I think we should have our own newsletter or something.
Yeah, that's one thing we had started talking about, and I need somebody to grab hold of that. I wanted to ask Bayina Hamid to kind of spearhead that because she's very good with discovering new information on any topic that I speak on. So I may ask her if she has the time to be a part of that or to spearhead it at least, and have other people report to her, and whoever knows how to put these newsletters together, you know, graphics and all the rest of that, then they're in charge of that. But you're right. Yeah, we have to go up to the next level, and that is communicating with the rest of the world, actually, through free newsletters. I'm not going to charge anything for them, but I will ask people to contribute to them.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things that the Muslim community don't get through the papers that we do have. And it's important information. And even dealing with the medical field, dealing with the things that's coming at us negatively.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of scientists and doctors that are not even heard. They have good information.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're afraid to put it out in some of our papers.
Well, I'd ask you to, you know, you're about to have your own seedcast. So I know some of it will be coming out there, and maybe just have the newsletter kind of piggyback off of that with some additional information that you might not get a chance to discuss in the seedcast that you'll be hosting very shortly.
Alhamdulillah.
All right. Okay. And as soon as William Safir gets his proper rest, because you know he's just back in town, back in the saddle. He's gonna have his own seedcast, he and I. And we're gonna have a lot of good things going. Some information on Imam Muhammad that had been buried and or not really exploited to its fullest capacity. We'll be bringing that up also and sharing that with the public, especially the public the reason I mention him so much is because I know the broader public has no idea who he is or what he's done. But I'm starting to hear now from more and more people outside of our immediate association, and they are becoming very curious about this man's work, and they have Googled him themselves and were pretty much surprised by the things that he had accomplished. Like I said just now, nobody knows that he had the largest conversion of people to Al-Islam in history at one time. Not over a stretch of time, 300,000 in one day. That's amazing to me. So that's our history, and that's the history that we need to preserve and share with other people who can appreciate it. All right. Going to area code 504.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Yes, I'm calling from 415. This is Donald Craig.
Hey,
so
all right.
I had to go through my little changes. Yeah, I had to go through this connection to give me back, you know, mute this and, you know, the whole thing you have to do to be able to speak.
Well, I'm glad to hear from you.
Yeah, I got a little handcuff. I had a little handcuff doing that. Yeah, it's interesting, brother. You just commented on last point of view about the imam, because I'm running across people that is very interesting, and about his teaching,
Yes.
versus what was taught during the first resurrection.
Yeah.
And man, I'm getting a lot of impact from people who trying to understand the difference.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because you still got Farrakhan with his group of people, and so a lot of people just not familiar with the Imam that I run into, that I've been speaking with recently.
Yes. Yes.
So I just wanted to tell you right on point with that.
I appreciate that.
That's exactly what I wanted to speak about.
All right.
And yeah.
All right. And I'm going to remind people, I had a deadline for registering for semester 25 that had a $100 discount. So I'm going to extend that to the last day of this month. So people
I'll be on that boat.
Yeah, people can still get in to that semester for 200 instead of 300. But they have to make sure that it's in by the 31st of this month. So that's an extra week to extend that.
Yeah, I need to talk with you on that.
Special.
I need to talk with you on that.
No problem. Anybody who needs to talk with me, you know where I'm at. You know how to reach me. So do it soon, though. Lots of things are happening and a lot of changes are about to take place. Okay? But it's always good talking to you. People don't hear from Donald Craig that often, but he is an every week long time participant in Nunetics. He can teach this thing. Trust me. He can teach this.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, I got a different way of saying the same thing, but I know. I like to.
That's what
my
I
own
like.
expression.
I want you to bring it through your own mind, through your own words, through your own filter. That's what I want. Gary
I'm about my
Wayne is
own
another one
expression.
like that. Gary Wayne is another one like that. He's not on tonight, I believe.
Yeah, well,
But,
we the West Coast brothers, so we kind of different way.
Yeah. Y'all all out
shoot
there
from the
together.
hip.
I got you.
Yeah,
West
yes,
Coast.
sir,
West
brother.
Coast needs you, man. Don't go anywhere yet.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Talk to you next time.
Okay.
Hassan Abdullah. I don't see a microphone on your gadget. What are you speaking through? Hassan Abdullah, can you open your mic? All right. Not sure if there's anybody else in that. Where I saw Muhammad Alim. Where are you? Muhammad
Assalamu
Alim.
alaikum.
Okay. Alaikum salam. There you go. I can't hear you. You accidentally muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
I certainly do.
Okay, just what Nunetics has helped me out with. It takes us to the highest level of language diplomacy. And I say this because I'm talking to people every day who are educated. And so it's made it possible for me to just go into everybody's circle and get their attention and make things better. Praise be to Allah. So that's where we are.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing. Language diplomacy, because I've seen diplomacy on many levels. Matter of fact, I worked for Dr. Carlton Goodlett several years ago, and he was very, very profound individual in San Francisco. And I remember how he would talk to me about his contacts with the Russian embassy in San Francisco. And a couple of times he invited me to a party, and just the whole idea of language and what you can do with it when you understand.
Yeah.
Nunetics will take you into everybody's level of literacy and promote it bigger. Praise be to Allah. So thank you very much. And salam alaikum to Mr. Craig and my brother if he's here.
Yeah, I haven't
and
seen
everybody
your
else.
brother, but Mr. Craig for sure. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Assalamu
We'll be
alaikum.
talking
Thank
again
you.
shortly. Thank you, man. You were at the top of the list when it comes to senior instructors. And I'm going to be giving everybody a new title on January 1st.
Alhamdulillah.
All right. So if you're a learner, you'll become an official instructor. If you're already an instructor, you become a senior instructor. If you're already a senior instructor, you become an executive senior instructor. And then I have a new title to go on top of that for people like Imam Adib and Bayina and people who have been in this for more than a minute. Yeah. All right. So be prepared for that also. All right. You felt a little chill go up your spine when I